Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives in New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mishegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Today's Buffs Day. Go Buffs. Got my merch on. I got my you don't call it merch. What do you call it? Swag? I don't know. I got my stuff on for the Buffs. Can we win a game? Please? The game tonight is not until 10:15 p.m. Eastern. I don't even know if I'll be able to stay awake. But I don't know. We're playing Wyoming today. I don't know. You think we could win? Anyone? Think we could win this game? That'd be nice. How's everybody doing? This is like book club. This is like book club for Bettero fans and Bradle fans and Turtleboy fans. And Barry Adams says it right. Readings from Mr. Bettero are like book club for the soul. I know. Listen, I know it's taken a long time to get through this, but I think it's entertaining. Do you find it entertaining? Because I'm finding it entertaining. I know I need more flair. That's one of my favorite movies, by the way. Teacup Puck says you need 20 pieces of flair. I know you don't have enough flair. You're not wearing enough flair. If you know that movie, you know my favorite movie. Kel's from Wyoming, and she says Colorado's going to win. Yeah, this is so entertaining. I need some new merch ideas, you guys. I need some new merch ideas because Gabagool is like, are you currently adopting adult children? Many of my children are already adults, but I'll consider it. Gabagool. Merch is 20% off in the merch shop. I need some new ideas. So maybe later we'll do a merch giveaway because let me just show you what's in the shop right now. And it's a lot of still free Karen Read stuff, but free Karen Read is done. So I feel like if you want any free Karen Read stuff, get it now. This is one of my favorite designs. This is the I Went to Cancun with Attorney Melanie Little design, which I think is so fun because it's like surfing. It's like Grateful Dead-ish. It's like a skeleton on a surfboard in the ocean, holding a beer. Established 2024. So that's the lore on that rumor. We went over the rumor yesterday and where it came from, and it came from Grant Smith Ellis. I got this. All right, listen, I'll tell you what happened. What happened was South Dakota girl. I watched Bethany Frankel, right? And so last night she released this short, and it was about this lip stain by, I don't know, Wonder something. And it goes on purple, and then you wipe it off, and then it stays on all day, apparently. Well, I fell into the rabbit hole on Bethany Frankel's short, and then I ordered it from Amazon. It came this morning. I'm not sure if I like it yet, but it's like a stain, and then I put a gloss over it. I'm not really sure about the color and the lighting, but, I thought, for $22, I would give it a shot. It's called Wonder something lip stain, and apparently it's supposed to stay on all day. Because my lipstick always comes off when I'm on the air talking for 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever. It goes Wonder Skin. This is it. Wonder Skin. Thank you, Helena. We'll see if it works. I don't know. No, you just go on Amazon and get it. Just go on Amazon. There's a million colors. It's called Wonder Skin. I don't know. They're not promoting me. I mean, they're not a sponsor, but they could be. Hello. Hello. All right, so here's what's in the merch shop. We got the I Can't Wait to Cancun with Melanie Little. Everything is 20% off in there for the next 2 days. And I like that one. And in my opinion, look, we've got aprons, the baseball t-shirts. So like this one says free Karen Reid on the front. And then I went to Cancun with Melanie Little on the back, I think. Then we have pillow covers. Look at that. Some of these say like free Karen Reid on the front, and then and they come in a million colors. And then on the back is the I went to Cancun with Melanie Little. And then we have these little hemp pouches, which I thought were cute because, you know, who doesn't need a little pouch for your makeup? There's the I went to Cancun with the Turtleboy. You guys said you wanted baseball caps, so I put some caps in. This one's only $18.99. That's not a bad deal. I like it in navy blue, but it comes in black and whatever color that is. And then there's these hoodies, these for Karen Reid. And then the I went to Cancun on the back. Lots of colors there. This is a cute baseball hat. This is my favorite. This hoodie is my favorite because it's so soft. It's made by Bella and Canvas. And it's got the I went to Cancun logo on the back, the free Karen Reid on the front. In case you did not know, all the merch that you guys bought with free Karen Reid on it, all the proceeds, all the profits, I don't make a lot of money on these shirts, but all the profits that I did make went to buy gift cards, DoorDash gift cards for Karen Reid's defense team to eat lunch throughout the trial. So you guys helped feed them. And I didn't tell you guys until after it was over. This is a cool bag too, I thought. Oh, this is kind of like a cool canvas bag. Comes in all different colors too. Look, maybe even like Tiffany, like a Tiffany blue green. Everyone hit the beanies for winter. Yeah, I gotta see, you know, this is Spread Shop, and I really haven't had the chance to take a deep dive. Look, I got a little doggy bandana. You can get a little doggy bandana for $16.99, and it's 20% off. And then the tie-dye tote bag I thought was cute. There's mugs. There's, look, a little teddy bear with a little I went to Cancun with Attorney Melanie, a little t-shirt on. That's $21. Not bad prices, right? And with 20% off. Oh, thank you, DNA. Thanks. I forget what color this is, but if you want to know, I'll find out. Oh, clear concert bags is a great idea. I don't know if they have them. See, I'm limited by the merch that they sell or that they give me to sell on Spread Shop. And it's pretty quick. It's not Amazon quick as far as ordering goes, but it's pretty quick. And they deliver, I think, internationally. I had the What Say You with the cupcake, not a cupcake sort of symbol on the bottom, because I always used to say What Say You. Oh, there's plenty of men products in there too, men's products. Like long sleeve t-shirts. A lot of these shirts are unisex. I like to wear like men's sizes anyway, because I like stuff baggy. But then we have the stickers, and then water bottles and mugs, magnets. Who doesn't like a magnet for your car? I put magnets on my car. I like the Dave Matthews sweatshirt magnets. I have them so I can figure out which car is mine. And then it strains credulity was something I used to say a lot with the Alice in Wonderland logo. And then we also have tie-dyes. Come for me in the comments. So that was something else I used to say. I don't say that a lot anymore. Come for me in the comments. Don't be a jerk. Just come for me in the comments. These little football t-shirts are cute. There's tank tops. I don't know. So if I'm in Pound Town, though, I didn't coin that phrase. That's Nurse Kim's phrase. So I don't know. We'll think about it. Maybe we'll do a giveaway later, depending on how many people we can get to hit the like button. Where's Billy Tibbetts? Every time I say that, people get mad. Like, Billy Tibbetts is a really bad dude. He did really bad stuff. Let me write that down. Clear bags. And so that's it. So that's that. The link to the merch is in the show notes below this video, as are many other important details. Oh yeah, maybe maybe something to do with Block Island. That's a good one. Block Island is lovely this time of year, or something like that. That's good. I like that. Block Island merch. Hello. I could do hello. You know, the picture. I can't sell anything with a picture of Cardi B on it, but that would be kind of funny. Hello. Hello. All right, I'll pin the merch in the. Why don't I pin the merch link in the chat in case you want to order anything? And that way you'll have it easily accessible, because I suggest that you get the 20% off. But when you go in there to do it, make sure you click the button at the top. Let me show you this again, because at the top, when you're ordering, you have to click this. See, it says only 2 days left, 20% off everything. You have to click this redeem button in order to get the coupon. Okay. Otherwise, it's not like automatic, I don't think. All right. The merch link is pinned in the chat. And I think what we need to do is off to Block Island. Yeah, that's good, Elaine. Oh, Elaine, you're onto something. Off to Block Island you go. I don't know if they ship to Australia. I don't know. If you go on the website and see if they ship to Australia, then yes, I absolutely will let you. Yeah, I think everyone gets the discount. Just click on the link and see. Click on the link and you'll see. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Music to My Soul says, good morning, Mel. Unfortunately, free Karen Read may still be timely, depending on what the Commonwealth tries with those cell phones. Yes. True. The papers are the papers. The papers, the papers. We could do something like that. Jimmy 3 times. Gotta workshop it a little bit. We gotta workshop it a little bit. This is not an airport. That's a good one too. It's not an airport. Cupcakes, keep it classy. Yeah, keep it classy would be good on a like on a hat, right? Like on a baseball hat. I'm open to all ideas. In like a classy font. Right? Which one do you like? LawTube's most hated mod. Reading the papers. Reading the papers with pizzazz. Show me the papers. That's a good one. Show me the papers. Show me the papers. Block Island one by second. You guys are good. All right. I went to Cancun with Melanie Little. How about Melanie Little sent me to Block Island? How about that? I have questions. I think Emily Baker has I have questions merch. So I don't want to steal anybody else's phrase. Go Buffs. I know. Come on, Zanine. Could we please really win a game? That would be so flippin' great. Let's go Buffs. Melanie Little tolerates me. That is like a badge of honor, right? Listen, I've turned some people around. You know who you are, purple Kool-Aid guy. I've turned some people around from hating me to loving me. So, you know, it can happen. Listen, it could happen. You never know. I like the papers. This has to stop. I survived Karen Read 2.0 with Melanie Little. I don't know, KBD. That's pretty good. That Melanie brings receipts. Well done. Make him stop. Emily has so I don't want to copy anybody else. Let them have their stuff, and hopefully we can come up with something original for me. All right, you're all set. You're all set. That's what I say when anybody sends me an email that they're blocked. Listen, I don't know what the hell's going on with YouTube. I really don't. But people are getting blocked for no apparent reason. Like members are getting blocked. So if you don't see your messages showing up in chat and you find out that you're blocked, I love you with all of my heart. That's a good one, Mary. I like that too. Send me an email. My email is down in the show notes. You have to find it. You have to be smart enough to find the email, my email address. Send me an email that says blocked in the subject, and send me the link, the actual link to your YouTube channel. A lot of people saying it's happening on a lot of channels because AI is looking for bots now. I don't know if people are like supplementing their numbers with bots, or there's bots going into chats. And so I guess if there's people who like to talk in the chat, and many of you are chatters, you like to chat. You're a talker. You're talkers. They think you're a bot, and for some reason they block you. It has nothing to do. Listen, Kindergarten Cop has enough going on. He's already the what is he calling himself now? Scott, I keep forgetting what you're calling yourself now. The most hated YouTube mod. LawTube's most hated mod. He's got enough on his plate. He's not going around blocking people. He just likes to police, because you know he is police. And if you start bashing all police, that's one thing that Scott will not tolerate. Because look, I back the blue 100%, except when they're trying to incarcerate people, or incarcerate people who clearly are not guilty, frame people, or selectively persecute people. So, you know, 90% of cops are good. We can't generalize about people. There are good priests too. And I sued the Catholic Church, so I know how many bad priests there are, but there are also very, very good priests. In fact, there is one very handsome priest who has a YouTube channel. And I don't know, he came up on my feed the other day and my daughter was in the room and I said, she said, oh, that's Father so-and-so. Do you guys know who this guy is? I can't think of his name right now. I said, how do you know him? She said, oh, we watch him in theology. The teacher puts on his YouTube show in theology. And I was like, oh my God, there's a really handsome YouTube priest. And now I understand Fleabag a little bit better. So that's all I could say. Hold on. Is it Father David? Father Casey? I don't know. He's pretty handsome and he's got a YouTube channel. I don't know. All right, we got to get back to the papers, you guys. Otherwise, this is going to be like a whole other episode. A whole other episode. It's going to be 10 more episodes. So let's stop that and let's share the screen. Let's get back to the papers. We're only on page 39 out of 88. But you know what? Maybe there won't be as many links. But listen, I am not. Olivia and Mark Betterow and Bradle too, and I'm sure Courtney helped, went to so much trouble to hyperlink every single thing, every receipt, that I feel that I am not doing this piece of legal genius writing the kudos and the bravado that it's due if I don't click on the links. You know, like I could read it all and then just summarize it to you. But what fun is that? How much fun was that yesterday to go back and watch that Court TV interview with Kate Peter and Lindsay Gattani and Julie Grant? I mean, that was insane. Just talk amongst yourselves. That's a good one too. Just talk amongst yourselves. Tell me what you guys want to buy. You know, what do you want to see on a shirt or a hat? Cookie Carolinian says, I'm raised by atheists. Don't judge me. Listen, I was raised Catholic. I went to all girls Catholic high school. Kim and I talked about that. There's Kim and I. And then when the scandal broke and I became, one of the lead attorneys handling the cases here on Long Island for all of the survivors and victims of clergy SA on Long Island against the Rockville Central Diocese, I turned away from the church. I'm like, how does my church not only protect predators, but also hide it, shuffle them around without warning anyone? I was so mad that I was just like, there was a priest who wrote me a letter because he had been like excommunicated from the diocese because he squealed on one of the other bad priests. So they got rid of the good priest who tried to tell the bishop, Father Bob. I'll never forget Father Bob. And when my twins were born, I was kind of like, listen, I can't like do the baptism thing. I can't go into the church and do that. I just was like, wasn't feeling it. And I just called Father Bob and I said, Father Bob, can you come to my house and baptize my kids? And he was happy to do it. So, there's ways around it. And listen, when you get divorced, you're not allowed to get married in the church. There's too many rules. Too many rules. But look, I'm not bashing the Catholic Church. I'm just saying that I am not here to talk about religion. I'm here to say, find the religion that suits you or the spiritualism that suits you. You got to believe in something, right? You got to believe in something. Barbara, I need you to send me a link to your channel. I can't just do it with an email. So like your username doesn't do it to me. You have to go, even if you don't think you have a YouTube channel, you do. You have to send the actual link because I can't just look it up by your username and I have to do it from my phone. It's like a whole thing. Make my life easy, please. So yeah, I tell my kids, like, okay, I'm not forcing you to be Catholic. Like if you find another religion that vibes with you better, by all means, right? Do whatever you want. Light a candle, burn some sage. Oh, look, I have my sage here just in case we need it today. Right? Mass Dad, I'm a Gentile. He says, I know a lot, like, look at what happened with, Adelson. A lot of people don't like their children to marry outside the faith. Mass Dad says, I'm a Reformed Jew, my second wife and my siblings' first spouse. Spouses are all Gentiles and my religion doesn't care. No rules here, see? See? But some parents care, right? Listen, the Catholic religion is based on fear and guilt. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. I was feeling guilty about like not recycling. Okay? It's the thing. But I don't care. We're not here to talk about religion. The movie Spotlight was amazing. That was amazing. Those were the exact cases I was involved in, Sylvia's daughter. They didn't have me in the movie, but that scandal broke in 2002 and it broke in Boston. And Mitch Garabedian was featured in the movie. And so first it broke in Boston and then it broke here and everywhere. in Ireland and everywhere. And it's been going on for decades, if not a century or more. So I thought it was a great movie. I thought it was a great movie. And so there's that. I believe in hyperlinks. That's a good one. I believe in hyperlinks. That could be a merch idea. And we could like the printer that I work with, Spreadshop, is easy. Like you can take stuff up and put it down and they'll have it ready in a day and they print on demand. So I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. Connie said I couldn't get my first communion because my parents were divorced. It's terrible. Scorpion says it's not true. If you get an annulment, you can get remarried in the church. Well, I don't want to get an annulment. Why would I want to get an annulment? An annulment would be like saying that I was like not married when my kids were born. Like I'm not going to do that to my kids. You can also go to rentapriest.com and there are priests there who will come and marry you anywhere you want. I'm like, I didn't want to get an annulment. I had children. I don't know. That's weird. If a person is blocked in chat, they can see and hear but not type. Some have made a new account. Yes, and somebody also said, Norman said to me yesterday, he could chat, but he couldn't super chat. And so I was like, well, that's kind of weird. Maybe your credit card expired. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You switched to Methodist. RN2 mom switched to Methodist. I meant to highlight this one. Music to My Soul says merch idea, veteran of the cupcake invasions. Yeah, that's funny. That's a good one too. And then when we do the cupcake invasion and people say or put cupcakes in the chat, some creators get mad. They're like, why? Why? It's not a members only chat. No, we don't do members only. We do subscribers only. Subscribing is free. And I find that by setting a time limit on it, sometimes it keeps out the trolls, but sometimes they'll wait 24 hours just to come in here and start trashing people, but it doesn't take long for them to get to Block Island, so that's funny. Proud cupcake, that could be good. A tour t-shirt with all the oh, I love that idea. I love that. Zambi ma'am, you're gonna get total credit for that. It'll be like the t-shirt with the white sleeves and the black. And then it can have like me on the front. And then on the back, it'll have all the sayings, like the way they have tour stops. Oh my God. That is the greatest idea. I'm going to work on that when I get on Canva right away when I have some time. That is fantastic. I love it. 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 Okay. That's fantastic. I'm so glad Zambi ma'am, I'm going to send you some merch. Send me an email. Send me an email and send me your address and pick something out of the merch shop that is already existing, like a hat or something or whatever you want, bag, whatever. And I'll send it to you because you came up with the greatest idea and I'm going to give you credit for it. Okay. Thank you, Zambi ma'am. You win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Mama Bess is here. Dating Dave Matthews. Mama Bess is here and says, hi, Mel, can I confirm postage to Australia? Also get the discount. I have a few jumpers and t-shirts. I get lots of questions. Like, who's attorney Melanie Little? Oh, you can confirm postage to Australia. Okay, okay, Australians, my Aussie friends, Spreadshop does ship to Australia. And she does, and she says you can get the discount. And she's Mama Bess, and she's awesome. And she says, have a few jumpers and t-shirts. I get lots of questions like, who is attorney Melanie Little? My favorite lawyer, of course, you're the best. Oh, no, you're the best. You're the best for watching. I love it. Right. Letteros by Betteros said Melanie made the wait for us emoji for me. I'll never forget it. That's right. It's right here. Wait for us. There you go. Wait for us. I'm very happy. Mama She says merch with the shut the fuck up cakes and hello. Thank you, Mama She. Great ideas. Thanks for your super chat. And Music to My Soul, we did this. Amber became a member. Maurice became a member. Welcome. Addie B became a member. Venus Blue Crash Batty says enamel pins would be super cool. Excited for today. I don't know if they have enamel pins. I never know what to do. What do you do with your enamel pins? Because when I go to like the Dave Matthews thing in Cancun, and the Dead used to do something in Cancun too. People give away stuff. Like everyone brings swag and they just do like major like swag trades. They have like trade places where everyone goes and just trades stickers and the rubber bracelets with Dave Matthews lyrics on them. And people bring all kinds of stuff. I bring always the the flower crowns that light up and blink in different colors, and people love those. And then so you trade merch with people, not merch, like swag, you know. And I never know what to do with those enamel pins. What do you do with them? Where do you put them? I don't know if they have them, but if you want them, I'll do it. Hi, Melanie. Have you seen Broken Baker, the Papers? No, I have not. Haven't had a chance to really watch anything. I was listening a little bit to Brother Counsel this morning on high speed, which is so funny because he speaks so fast already that when you put him high speed, it's like, it's crazy. So no, I haven't seen that. Is that the one where he's dressed up like Kate Peter? Angelique says rules are made by people so you can adjunct them. Veteran of the Cupcake Invasions. That was good. Mama Bess can confirm. Australia. And Janelle Woodward says, welcome to Massachusetts, where free speech goes to die. Oh, that's good, Janelle. That's good. I like it. Pins on hats or bags or jeans. And you put the pins on the concert hats. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. Okay, let's go. We're back. We're back. We are neck deep in this. We are at, we're talking about Kate Peter, and we left off watching the court TV video with Lindsay Gattani, who looked like a marionette. Not a marionette. She looked like a ventriloquist dummy because she never said anything during the whole entire. She never said one word, did she? It was weird. We were like, is she live? Blink. And Julie Grant, who originally was Free Karen Reed, and then at some point she turned and became friends with, I guess, Kate Peter. I have no idea what went on behind the scenes, but it was weird. It was wild. Zoe is back. She's our statistician. We love her. She also was blocked. Why? I have no idea. I don't know. Never lie to the ice cream truck, Zimmy. Zimmy. All right. Kim was blocked too. I don't know what's going on. It was weird. All right, let's keep going. She didn't seem to blink or breathe. I was like, is she a blow-up doll? Like, what is happening? Why is she even there? Were they in an arcade? There was all kinds of weird noises going on. There was like toilets flushing. Oh, the baby Melanie on a t-shirt. I like that idea. Oh, I like that idea, Dan. I love Baker too. I think he's very funny. I've been on his show before. I think more than once. A blow up doll. It was weird. It was just, the whole thing was just weird. The fact that I wonder how Julie Grant feels now that she decided to platform Kate Peter, who is now being exposed in the mega motion as being someone who is, let's just say, less than truthful, and may or may not have conspired with Brian Tully and Ken Mello and Lindsay Gattani. Maybe they used Lindsay Gattani. I don't know. But we know that Kate Peter did it because she admitted to doing it. And we watched the receipts on that too. She admitted it on more than one stream. She admitted it in posts. She's admitted it. And this is who the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk DA's office decided to get in bed with. This is who they decided was going to be their, I don't even know what, not so confidential informant, researcher, because they're lazy. We know they're lazy because we've seen this film before. We've seen the investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe. They're lazy. Did they not do their own due diligence on the stuff that Kate Peter just gave them? Of course they didn't. Whose fault is that? It's theirs. And everyone's going to have to, the charges should be dismissed based on the law and based on everything that is coming out now about what was done behind the scenes, and everything has a receipt attached to it. So Judge Doolin seems to me to be like a fair man who understands the law and the First Amendment. But again, who the hell knows? Because it's Massachusetts. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, that's a great idea, La Mama. Piggybacking off the fantabulous idea of tour t-shirts, each trial should have a tour t-shirt with classic sayings on the back with tour dates of when it was first said. That would require research. Maybe I could hire Kate Peter to do the research on that. Okay, so we left off at footnote 15, which is when we watched the live interview on Court TV, the Justice for John O'Keefe interview, where Kate Peter said she was friends with the O'Keefes, and then she's like, I'm not really friends with the O'Keefes, and then going on and on about how dare people say mean things about Colin Albert. He's such a nice kid. He's such a great kid. He's always been so nice to me. He's always been so respectful of me. And we're like, wait a second. 2 paragraphs before that, we read about how you made up lies under a fake name and sent Turtleboy emails about how Colin Albert was a drug dealer. And you're the one who gave that rumor legs. And how does Jen McCabe like you now? Hello? And Chris Albert, that's his son you're talking about. That's his son you made up lies about. And the internet is forever. So here's where we left off. On September 13th of 2023 at 3:34 p.m., Ms. Peter publicly bragged that she had archived a purportedly illegal recording made by the R word. I'm not going to say the R word on this channel. Mr. Kearney, of his conversation with Stephen Scandlin, a private investigator who was tangentially involved in the Reed case in early 2022. All right, do you guys not know the lore about Steve Scandlin? Here's the lore about Steve Scandlin. Steve Scandlin is a private investigator who went or somehow contacted David Yanetti's office right in the beginning when Karen Reed was first accused and they were saying they had rid camera footage of the incident. He contacted David Yannetti and he told David Yannetti something such as like that. John O'Keefe was beat up in the basement and he had some details and then attacked by the dog. Let's just keep it simple. If I'm wrong about any of that, let me know. When it came time for Stephen Scandlin to do an affidavit for David Yannetti, he ran away. He backed off. He backed off. He was a whistleblower. That's right. He was a whistleblower, little cupcake. When it came time for him to, testify, write an affidavit, he changed his story and he didn't want to be involved. And who knows what happened? Maybe he was threatened. I don't know. Minus the basement. Yeah. And so this is what Kate Peter did. She publicly bragged that she had archived a purportedly illegal recording made by Kearney of his conversation with Stephen Scandlin, a private investigator who was tangentially involved in the Reed case in early 2022. Exhibit AA is a post that she made, which we're going to look at, because a lot of the stuff that is attached as receipts is not described. And so we need to see it. And the judge needs to see it. And I hope he clicks on all these hyperlinks. It's a post by Kate Peter made 9/13/23 under her Mafia Masshole account. And it looks like I guess it's Twitter because it has the reposts on the bottom. I thought it was Facebook at first, but I guess it's not. It says, people often ask us why we bother to archive Dr. Turtleboy. It's times like this when he accidentally shares illegal recordings and takes them down real quick. Sorry, R word, but it's been saved and forwarded. Enjoy the additional subpoena I heard was signed off on your phone. Oh, wait a second. Enjoy the additional subpoena I heard was signed off on your phone today in WR. Don't delete anything. This is 9/13/23. He's not arrested until October, right? Somebody named African Swallow responded to that and said, oh boy, another Kate wiretapping dud that goes nowhere on the way. The only ones in court is you and Andrew. Remember that. Ha ha, losers lose. We roll in Lexuses, you roll around in your fireball puke, you obsessed junkie. And then it says, hi, Aidan. She responds as Mafia Muscle. Hi, Aidan. Tell your wife I'm coming soon. You're still a junkie in a Lexus, pal. Okay. Well, that's that. Ms. Peter claimed that she forwarded the recording to the MSP. On information and belief, on September 13th of 2023 at 4:23 p.m., Ms. Peter created a version of the recording and sent it to DL Tully in a private link. I mean, on information and belief, that's a pretty good belief because they've got a screen grab that says Scandlin recording, MP3, modified Wednesday, September 13th, 2023 at 4:23 p.m. So it must have been included in some communications that are hidden that we can't see. But the receipt is there. And that is the November 28th of 2023 transcript. Okay, wait, so let's think about that. November 28th, 2023 transcript would be grand jury, right? So this must have been an exhibit that was sent to the grand jury or showed to the grand jury. Tully testified. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Tully testified. The person who it was sent to, she stated it was a private link, so it was not available for public distribution. Dun, dun, dun. An audio copy of the recording that Ms. Peters sent to the MSP on or about September 13th, 2023, the substance of which was played as a video before the grand jury, wasn't provided to the defense until August 8th of 2025. Really? They didn't turn it over until 2 years later? Are you surprised? Is that a Brady violation? The version of the recorded call, the version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recorded call, skips and repeats. It is clearly edited. Well, we've seen that before too, haven't we? Remember the inverted video? This is the playbook. This is the playbook. The defense hasn't been provided with a copy of the email or any communication in which Ms. Peter provided the Scandlin recording to the MSP. On September 27th of 2023, Ms. Peter emailed Sergeant Buchanan a whole bunch of stuff that we can't see. I don't think we can even click on that link. Nope. Ms. Peter emailed Buchanan. The email Ms. Peter sent Sergeant Buchanan included blank, which haven't been provided to the defense. Videos, tapes. It's kind of a short word. Screenshots would be too long of a word. Could be videos. Could be tapes. One day after Mr. Melo was engaged by DA Morrissey, Sergeant Buchanan confirmed to Ms. Peter that blank, I don't know, fill in the blank. We're going to do everything we can to charge him. Don't worry, we're going after him. Can't click on that link. And why is Buchanan giving Kate Peter all of this information? Why is she? I mean, they obviously, we know how lazy they are. They didn't do any due diligence on her. They did zero research on her. Because if they did, they would have known that she had filed a fake federal lawsuit with YouTube to get Aidan stricken from his from YouTube, and many other acts of dishonesty that make her the least credible witness, perhaps, known to Norfolk County. But maybe not, because Dever also testified there. We're going after him. Maybe that's what it said, except it's like a full line and a half. So I can't wait until this stuff gets unsealed. Either ignorant or dismissive of Ms. Peters' own criminal conduct and woeful credibility, there it is, Sergeant Buchanan praised Ms. Peter, thanking her, and then there's something quoted there, for her excellent research, for her, thanking her for, doing all the legwork, thanking her for, providing us with receipts. Yeah, MSP didn't care. They just wanted it done, says Red Eye, LAX to Boston. Well done. Can't you take the red eye, Mr. Jackson? F-bombs says, remember when Cosgrove claimed in open court that all of this was fake after the David? And they paid her. She says they paid her. I would love to see if anybody knows. Has anybody done a FOIA on that? Has anybody done a FOIA on any and all contracts between Norfolk County DA's office and Catherine Peter? Any payments made? That's a good one. Corey Hopkins, are you listening? Oh my goodness. Tony, your son's been in the hospital for 3 weeks. I hope everything's okay. Sending your son all the healing vibes. We have missed you, but the most important thing is that your son is feeling better, and we're so happy that your son is home. Everyone, put some prayer hands in the chat for Tony's son, or however you want to pray, whatever symbol you want to use for prayer. What do you think he said? How do you think Buchanan thanked Kate Peter? Did he use big words? Because, English is his third language. On September 29th of 2023 at 9:38 a.m., Ms. Peter, now on a first name basis with Sergeant Buchanan, emailed Yuri, Y-U-R-I. Well, it's interesting because we know his name ends in a Y, but she's just calling him by his nickname. Okay, and we can't click on that exhibit, but Ms. Peter provided Sergeant Buchanan with blank. I think it's like with the location of Aidan Kearney's kids' bus stop and what time he drops them off at the bus every single day, because we know that's where he was arrested. He was arrested at his children's bus stop after they got on the bus. Edward Scott says, to protect the identity of snitches, especially snitches who don't testify in court, all payments like that aren't voidable. Yeah, but I don't think that she was like acting as a snitch. Maybe she was maybe she was doing research for them. Like maybe she was like a gatherer of research, right? Because, or unless they made a deal with her, they wouldn't prosecute her on others. I don't know. I mean, that's a good point, but who knows? Because we know how stupid they are, because there are some very stupid things that we've seen come out. And so that's what I think that is. Like, here's where you can get him. He goes to the bus every single day at this time. Here's where the bus stop is. Maybe she provided a photo of the bus stop. Maybe she provided, who knows? Who knows what she provided? But it's a whole bunch of stuff that is 1, 2, 3, almost 4 full lines of redactions. Ms. Peters told Sergeant Buchanan that she was blank. And then there's a footnote 16, which maybe that'll help us dissect or decipher this a little better. Footnote 16 says, based on the information provided to them by blank, Tully and Melo's investigator went to Gardena, California to interview Natalie, the German, in person on October 17th of 2024. Okay, so well, I don't know why Kate Peters' name would be redacted there, so I don't think that's Kate Peters' name redacted there. Is there another person that has been interviewed whose name has not come out yet? That Tully and Melo interviewed? Jen McCabe? Maybe it was Jen McCabe? So Natalie, if you don't know the lore of Natalie, they flew Tully and an investigator to California to interview Natalie, who went to college with Karen. They had not been friends in many years. Natalie parachuted into the Karen Reed case. Has she written her memoir yet? Yeah, exactly. Natalie parachuted in, reinserted herself in Karen Reed's life, and then became like the middleman, as it were, between Aidan and Karen, until eventually, I guess, Karen gave Natalie the boot. And then Aidan and Karen started communicating directly. And by the way, there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. That is not illegal for a criminal defendant to speak to a reporter. There's nothing wrong with that. Lindsay told them about Natalie, says KLM. Oh, interesting. On September 29th of 2023 at 3 p.m., Ms. Peter tweeted October 10th, he knows the deal, in response to another person's post asking her when Mr. Kearney would be, in quotes, it says, subpoenaed. And that one we can get to. This is Exhibit GG. And again, it looks like, I guess it looks like a tweet. Somebody named Ligma says, still waiting on that subpoena any day now, right? And then Massall Mafia Kate Peter responds, people often ask us why we bother, in quotes, to archive Dr. Turtleboy. It's times like this when he accidentally shares illegal recordings and takes them down real quick. Sorry, R word, but it's been, it looks like saved. And then Kate Peter says, October 10th, he knows the deal. And then somebody named Trump v. DeSantis says, today is October 10th. On October 10th, he said, she tweeted the October 10th thing on 9/29. Then on 10/10, Trump v. DeSantis says, today's October 10th. You said he'd be getting a subpoena today. Was that another lie? And then the next day on the 11th at 9:38 a.m., she says, sorry, it was actually today. All in caps. She says, arrested, baby. How does she know all this? Well, now we know how she knows, because we've been speculating for a long time. How did she know all this? It's exactly how. She was on a first name basis with Yuri. She was working for them or with them or whatever it was, whatever you want to call it. It's not a good look. On information and belief, Ms. Peters' reference to he knows the deal indicates that the MSP told her several weeks before Mr. Kearney's arrest that they intended to arrest him on October 10th of 2023. Why didn't they? Why did they wait until the 11th? Now these are things that are going to bother me. Why? What happened on October 10th that it didn't work out that day? On September 29th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m., Sergeant Buchanan forwarded his email correspondence of September 27th and 29, 2023 with Ms. Peter to blank. I'm going to venture to guess that it's one of the people that showed up to the bus stop to arrest him. And who was it? Fanning and Tully? Oh, thank you, Emily. Emily, you have like a photographic memory. It just totally tracks that you were a teacher. On the 10th, they had the time of the bus wrong. They were waiting when the middle school bus came. Oh, so she wasn't very good at her job. Angel said she worked for Marty Kraft. Are there pay stubs there? That's interesting. Marty Kraft is like a PI who's friends with most of the players in this case. On October 3rd of 2023, Tully emailed Fanning, Buchanan, and Proctor that he had blank. It's like playing Mad Libs. That one's sealed up. Tully emailed Fanning, Buchanan, and Proctor that he had, I don't know, the goods, the location. A plan. Sergeant Buchanan replied that he already provided blank and blank to blank. Lieutenant Fanning replied that all his, quote, blank. On information and belief, the blank and blank being discussed by DL Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, and Lieutenant Fanning on October 3rd, 2023, related to the blank Ms. Peter provided DL Tully in a private link. That's too short of a word to say recording. On or about September 13th of 2023, and which was later used against Mr. Kearney in the grand jury. Related to the tape. See November 8th, 2028 transcript. Almost 2 years later, and despite numerous specific demands related to Ms. Peters' relationship with the Commonwealth, the defense hasn't been provided with any notes, reports, or videos related to Ms. Peter or the private link she sent Tully on September 13th of 2023. For many months prior to the September 28th, 2023 commencement of the grand jury proceeding. Okay, so November 28th of 2023 was the first day the grand jury convened to indict the ham sandwich that turned out to be Aidan Kearney. I know, I want to see the videos too. For months prior to November 8, 2023, commencement of the grand jury proceeding, Tully, Buchanan, and Proctor were aware of Ms. Peters' unstable obsession with Mr. Kearney. Okay, so they did know. How did they know? As experienced detectives who had been investigating Mr. Kearney since mid-2023, the MSP knew or should have known of numerous red flags which adversely impacted Ms. Peters' credibility, including her eager insertion of herself into their investigation, her personal animus towards Mr. Kearney, which gave her a clear motive to falsely accuse him of a crime, her insertion into Ms. McCabe's orbit, and more importantly, her prior history of falsifying evidence against Mr. Kearney. Actual knowledge is so much better than them being lazy and failing to do their due diligence, isn't it? Indeed, given their constant review of social media as the means of acquiring evidence against Mr. Kearney, the DA and MSP must have been familiar with Mr. Kearney's March 30th, 2020 article detailing Ms. Peters' fraud in connection with their YouTube copyright dispute and Ms. Peters' May 29th, 2023 live stream, where she admitted falsifying evidence against Colin Albert and Chris Albert to goad Mr. Kearney into smearing them. Let me just see if that's the same video that we watched yesterday. I mean, they have no excuse for saying, oh, we never read like Turtleboy's website. Every single thing he's ever published, I think, is on that website. There's over 500 articles on the Karen Read case alone. And all they had to do was a cursory view of his website, because here's an article that he published on tbdailynews.com on March 30th of 2020. They have no excuse. None. Zero. Here's the article. Kate Peter drafted a fraudulent federal complaint against me for copyright in order to get a YouTube video removed, but used an already existent docket number. And then he goes on to say, Kate Peter doesn't like the fact that I am systemically exposing her for being a hypocritical fraud, a pathological liar, and an Indian kid giver. 2 weeks ago, she went on her YouTube channel with the longtime turtle writer Matt Pervier and did an episode entitled Kate Airs the Dirty Laundry, in which she allegedly came clean about her past. She did this because her harassment order was thrown out. She knew that I planned to release information about her long and documented history with drugs, alcohol, DCF, domestic violence, and fraudulent police reports. And she wanted to beat me to the punch. I clipped 2 portions of the video and shared them to the Turtleboy YouTube account, including this one. And then he attaches a video. A few days after posting them, I received a notice from YouTube that Kate had filed a copyright claim against me. Here's the copyright claim. If you get 3 of these in 90 days, then you lose your channel, which would suck because YouTube is a significant portion of my revenue stream after being blacklisted by Google AdSense, losing advertisers because of the panty, and constant deplatforming by Facebook and Twitter. Joe Orga also got a copyright complaint against me just days before this, which I have appealed. Kate knows this and is trying to shut down my channel in order to silence me and take away another revenue stream. This is an automated process with YouTube, and they take down videos to be on the safe side to cover themselves legally. They then give people like me a chance to appeal, which I did. After that, it's up to the person who made the claim, Kate, to prove that she has a complaint filed against me or for copyright in an actual court of law in order to keep the video down. Today, I got an email back from YouTube alerting me that Kate had produced a court complaint so they would not be restoring the video and removing the copyright strikes. This complaint was allegedly filed by Kate in a U.S. district court as the owner of the Masshole Report channel. Remember? The 2013 index number. All she did was scratch and sniff a legitimate complaint and change the names and dates. Kate likes to pretend she's a junior attorney and even lectured the judge in Attleboro about how she wrongly interpreted the law, so I have no doubt she wrote this herself. She likely found a template online for copyright and used it to write her own complaint. Notice the spacing, lettering, and numbering are all screwed up, even though she allegedly filed in the most serious court possible, which is also closed. There's also 5 other problems with this. Kate says they made money off this, which I didn't because there was no monetization on the clip video. Kate signed an indemnity agreement that she herself wrote that said she had to give me 30 days notice before leaving, but she didn't wait 30 days and instead began posting content on her new channel the same day she left. I didn't make a big deal out of it because I have more important things to do. But she did violate the contract. And in her complaint, she pretends like she never signed the contract. And then here it is. Here's a freelance writer agreement that apparently she signed with Turtleboy. Kate states she was never an employee in the complaint, except in the second sentence of her affidavit for the temporary harassment order, she says she was employed as a writer. Kate signed this alleged court document as the owner of Masswell Report, something she explicitly denied being in Attleboro District Court at the 10:05 mark of this transcript video. And this goes all the way back to 2020. So they legitimately knew that she was a problem and that her credibility was an issue. And they didn't care because they thought it would never get out that she was working for them or working with them or the boss of them. You pick. Or they just didn't care because they never thought it'd be exposed because they do this kind of thing all the time and nothing is ever revealed until the Karen Reed case started shining an enormously bright spotlight on them, thanks to Aidan Kearney, the guy they're now trying to silence and send to jail for over 100 years. And then he talks about how that docket number really belonged to a different case, which we've been through. And then he says, I'm not an internet lawyer like Kate Peter, but it seems like this might be illegal. Perhaps an actual attorney would like to weigh in. Sounds a lot like fraud and tortious interference in my business. It sure does. Since she pretended to have filed a criminal complaint against me in order to shut down my YouTube channel and the revenue that I generate from it, he could have a very good lost wage claim. Statute of limitations might be over on that. It's been 5 years, so I'm not sure. I also have one more fun tidbit of fraud from the Queen of Accountability for all except Kate. The big mic drop she dropped at the 7:53 mark was, quote, "You can move mountains if you want to, but you better effing bring a shovel," before her brainless supporters gave her a round of applause for being stunning and brave about her neglectful and abusive past as a parent. That line sounded really scripted and didn't make any sense, so I Googled it. Turns out it's from a blog on recovery slogans published in 2014 that was supposed to be about God, which addicts like herself now use to pretend they've changed. In the junkie blog, it was, "God can move mountains, but you better bring a shovel." Others have it as this. And then he goes on and on. But all they had to do, and it's not like they haven't been trying to get him on these witness intimidation charges forever, that they should have been reading his website. And so it doesn't really matter whether they knew or not, because they should have known. And if they fail to vet their confidential informants, that's their problem. And at the end of the day, it all falls on them anyway. Let me see what this live stream link is. Her May 29th live stream where she admitted falsifying. Yeah, we did. We watched that yesterday. That was the one where she's in a green top. And she admits that she's the one who made up all of that fake information about Colin Albert being a drug dealer. Back to the papers. Mr. Kearney was arrested on October 11th, 2023, just one day after Ms. Peter publicly announced weeks earlier. MSP audio transmissions from immediately before Mr. Kearney's arrest reveal that the arrest team, the fugitive unit, which included Tully, in bold, heard from KP. It was the same thing from yesterday. Two older kids getting on the bus around the same time, but it was 8:30. Please let me link you. Yes, it's the radio transmission to arrest Turtleboy. We have it because Olivia, because hyperlinks, because awesome. Okay, so this is going to be MSP audio transmissions from right before Aidan's arrest. I've never heard this before. Many of you who have been following Aidan a long time may have heard this before, but let's listen. I feel like we're like peeping in on something we shouldn't be listening to, but it's here. It's in a public court document. Here we go.
Sir, from KP, it was the same thing yesterday. 2 older kids got on around the same time as now, but it was definitely 8:30. Received. It should be bus 30. Standing on a comms check. Kevin.
So dirty. They're so dirty.
R9, sir. Solid. We got you, Johnny. CCU. R9. What's that? R9. Cat. R9. Ryan.
Brian, Tully.
R9. Crime scene. R9. Received. R9 on my end. And we'll just stand by for word. To all units on that. Disregard. There's a school van, a gray school van that just pulled in there now. Someone wants to drive by. Pulled into that residence? Negative, into the circle across the street. Okay, received. Still standing by for the yellow target to go by. Received, I just had Alexis pass me. I'm just confirming it's not him. That was not.
I just saw Alexis pass us. I'm making sure it's not him. I mean, at the very least, do you think maybe they should have run her criminal record before they hired her to work for them or worked with them or whatever? At the very least.
Our target. All units, bus 33, coming off of Wood onto Boulder. Making a stop on Boulder. If we can have all units in place at the predetermined location, stand by for word. So you.
At the predetermined location. They intended to do this in front of his kids as they drove off in the school bus. This is horrific. Horrific. And if they can do it to him for trying to just be a journalist and ask tough questions like old school journalists used to do, trust me, they can do it to you. This is completely set up, completely orchestrated. She gave them, she wanted them. She's been trying to get him for 7 years. She wanted them. She wanted him to be arrested in front of his kids. This is so dirty. I feel like I need to take another shower, says Sabrina. I'm right there with you.
You close to the Mason. All right, step off from that stop. Towards me. Everyone else, please stand by until I give word. The bus is passing us now. We'll follow behind you in a minute. Okay, details is behind the bus. On Mason. Alright, so I'm like 100 yards behind you. Okay, the bus went right by. Didn't stop at Piccadilly. Still moving.
I mean, they're stalking the school buses now. The bus went right by.
I still got kids on Buckingham waiting as well. Okay, we'll flip. It's probably the wrong bus. Yesterday, I believe it was number 30. Okay. Okay, everyone stand by. Look for the next bus. Okay, he's just crossing the street to Target. He's got a red Solo cup in his hand. He's bringing his kids across the street.
He's got a red Solo cup in his hand. The irony is not lost on me there. And he's bringing his kids across the street. Scott McGinnis says Kate Peter had done the forward recon in Holden, Mass, Worcester County for Meatball's Norfolk County detectives from Canton DA's office. They would not be familiar with the area. Don't they have real police work to do, says sarcastic Sam. And they are literally stalking him to arrest him in front of his children. So sick. Does anybody know whether the children saw it? Did they wait for the bus to completely pull away? Does anybody know whether one of his kids was like looking out the window and saw this happen? Did they ever talk about it? Did he ever talk about it with his kids? Like, I need to know. Because, you know, if Kaylee, the niece of John O'Keefe, can sue Karen Reed for emotional damages for Karen Reed allegedly saying John got hit by a plow, I think he's dead, in front of her, allegedly. If that's enough to rise the level for intentional infliction of emotional distress, what is this? What is this? People say that I don't think that they saw it, that they waited for the bus to pull away. Turtleboy has never said that they saw it. I feel that his kids would have saw it. He would have told us by now. Okay. So thank God, at least for that small favor.
We're just going back to Boulder to flip around. They were getting behind. It's bus 30.
So you're behind bus 30 now?
Yeah, we're doing the slow roll because it's going to take, you know, we give us a little time. As soon as he puts the kids on, we'll jump on it.
We're going to do a slow roll because as soon as he puts the kids on it, we're going to jump him. That's what he just said. Like, he literally just said that. Hold on. I'm taking that back a little tiny bit. Listen, slow roll.
Yeah, we're doing the slow roll because it's going to take, you know, we give us a little time. As soon as he puts the kids on, we'll jump on it.
I didn't know if the captions would work, so let me just move them up.
Received. Everyone stand by until I give word.
I got my hand in the driveway.
Everyone can start to move. Transport, can you make your way up?
Receive.
Everyone can stand by until transport arrives.
Going up now.
All units, once transport moves out, we can pull into the driveway. And we can, the residence is clear. No occupants. Deactivate BWC. Deactivate.
Deactivate?
Can we get crime scene up here, please?
Crime scene? You don't even call crime scene when a dead Boston police officer is found on the lawn of Brian Albert. You didn't call crime scene then. Crime scene never came. Did they? No, they didn't. You're calling crime scene to come arrest Turtleboy for journalism? It's not a murder. Crime scene never came to the outside of 34 Fairview, ever. It was the CERT team that they called. They're supposed to look for missing people. They're not evidence collectors. This is insane. Is that the end? That's the end of that. Are you outraged yet? Okay. I'm just going to read something to you because then I'm going to pull up the next exhibit. So trust me, bros, that it's real. On information and belief, KP referred to Ms. Peter, and she helped the MSP coordinate Mr. Kearney's arrest by monitoring him beforehand. Some people are saying in the chat that he had a restraining order against him at that time. Is that accurate? And she's stalking him and following him and finding out his schedule and, you know, figuring out where he is every day at the same time and what time when he takes the kid to the bus stop and what time. And he had a restraining order against her. Of course. And they're sending her in there to do this recon. I didn't think I could get more mad about this, but of course I can. Of course I can. Footnote 17 says, Ms. Peter has a history of surveilling people to create chaos for them. She and Ms. Gattani discussed spying on Ms. Reed and members of her legal team at the Omni Seaport Hotel in Boston. She also has shared surreptitious photos of Mr. Kearney and others socializing at the Hillside Pub in Canton on March 4th of 2025. Yeah, that's true. Remember, there were some text messages that surfaced like, oh, do you want to come with me to the Omni? That's where Karen and Alan are staying. And they called there and stuff. Ms. Peter attended Mr. Kearney's October 11th, 2023 arraignment in Stoughton Court. Okay, so after he's arrested at his kid's bus stop at some point during the day, he's arraigned at Stoughton District Court. She has testified that she went to meet with Mr. Melo and that she was a potential witness against Mr. Kearney. Oh, so she has testified. So this was it's one of Aidan's videos that it links to. So let's look at the receipts. Wait, what just had happened?
I was at the courthouse. She showed up per her account about an hour after I was there. I never saw her. I was never alerted to her presence. I stayed in the courtroom. I went downstairs to meet with the special prosecutor and the rest of the group that I was with, and then I left. 9 hours later, Miss Murray went to the Stoughton police. She said that I was there, that I was removed by a state trooper, that I left the premises, that I then somehow snuck into a courtroom, Your Honor, with metal detectors, teaming with state troopers and court officers, that I somehow snuck back in and that I sat down and that I was in her proximity. I don't even know that I was in her proximity. I question that, as particularly where she reported this 9 hours later. But lo and behold, the police didn't move forward at first. She continues to badger them. About a week later, Mr. Kearney pops up and suddenly he's a witness in this and he can say that I looked in her direction.
So how do you know all this information?
Because it's on the police report, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you charged with the violation?
I was, and I wish that I had right now, for Your Honor, you know, we are looking for the surveillance video from the courthouse to show that I never left, as well as the body worn footage. It is pending right now, yes.
Who represents you in debt?
Attorney McLeod.
Attorney who?
Richard McLeod.
Richard McLeod?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
so wait, just
So,
clarify for me. This was a hearing. Lauren Murray wanted a restraining order against Kay Peter, and that's where she's testifying about this, right? Hold on, I think. Is that what it is? I think so.
Let's talk about the incident involving in August.
I'm sorry, August 9th, we're now moving to?
The incident, oh no, July 22nd.
July
So
22nd.
There's been an allegation, a serious allegation, that you spoke directly with the plaintiff. Did you do that?
I did not. I was in my car. I actually have someone here today that can absolutely confirm that. That case was a case involving my friend, Lindsay. She was a victim in the case. Because of all this ongoing nonsense, mostly with Aidan Kearney, as he was the defendant, I opted not to go to the hearing, but I did have lunch with her in Dedham beforehand. So I live in North Attleboro. I put my address in my GPS to go home, and unfortunately, it took me by the courthouse. Now, and just for further context, this court hearing was scheduled for 2 o'clock. I'm driving by the courthouse about 1:30. So we felt that we had given it enough space. Again, I wasn't anticipating Miss Murray. I don't have a GPS tracker on this woman. I don't know what street corner she's going to appear on, but I did anticipate there could be an issue with Mr.
Hold on. Did she ever have a GPS tracker on Aidan? That's interesting. Why would she even say that? I didn't have a GPS tracker on this woman's car. Is that something she's done before? You know who does know how to do that? Proctor, because he did it to at least one of Brian Walsh's car. He even like snuck into the garage and was allowed to put a GPS tracker on Brian Walsh's Volvo because he had warrants to do that. So that's really interesting to me. And what I guess she doesn't realize, even though she pretends that she's so smart about court procedure and, you know, probably half a lawyer, is that every proceeding that she's ever testified in under oath can be used against her in any other proceeding. So all of this is sworn testimony. This can all be used against her, even though this proceeding is a violation of a restraining order that Lauren Murray already had against her. And I think this was the day that she was driving by the courthouse and she flipped some people off. There's video of it somewhere. Maybe we'll get a link to it. Maybe we'll get to see it again. But she says, I didn't put a tracker on her. Did you put one on Aidan? Did MSP tell you to do that? Hang on.
And unfortunately, it took me by the courthouse. Now, borough, I put my address in my GPS to go home, and unfortunately, it took me by the courthouse. Now, and just for further context, this court hearing was scheduled for 2:00. I'm driving by the courthouse about 1:30. So we felt that we had given it enough space. Again, I wasn't anticipating Miss Murray. I don't have a GPS tracker on this woman. I don't know what street corner she's going to appear on, but I did anticipate there could be an issue with Mr. Kearney. So I felt that we had given enough time. 1:30, the hearing was at 2, for my friend to go meet with her lawyer and me to go home. As I approach the courthouse and I'm driving by, I get stuck at a red light. She's in a group of about 50 people. They immediately recognize my car. They start screaming.
Because it's a very recognizable car. And you didn't realize that there was a Karen Reed hearing that day and all these people would be outside the courthouse. We're not buying it, what you're selling. You thought you'd have enough time because the hearing was at 2:00. I'm sorry, what? Hello? Hello? You, of all people, know there's a lot of people who don't go inside to the hearings and they're hanging around outside the courthouse during the time of Karen Reed's trial. So, hello? She told Miss Murray to take her own life. Oh, that's nice.
At me, and this is all on video that was actually provided to probation. You'll see in the video that yes, I did have my finger out the window. I never looked at her. I may have looked out of the corner of my eye at the crowd a couple times, and I think that's even reflected in the police report, but I didn't look at her. I didn't see her. There was a group of 50 people screaming at me. Probably shouldn't have flipped the bird. That was not appropriate, but it's not a violation, nor was it directed at Miss Murray. And furthermore, in this video that she has provided probation, I don't yell anything. And if you look at the police report from that instant, Miss Murray gives actually 2 versions of events. First, she says that I yelled, "Go fuck yourself." And then later on, she changes the story and she says, "I go kill yourself," and then connects it to this victim witness impact statement. I didn't appear at the last one because I don't want anything to do with this woman. So in theory, her having an order on me doesn't have an impact on my life, but this is a clear abuse of the process to weaponize me. I suspect that it's to punish me for my ongoing involvement in the criminal case against her ex-boyfriend, regardless of the reasons. I mean, this order has become inequitable at this point. So I don't want anything to do with her.
How do you figure that it's become inequitable?
She's using it to manufacture allegations, and probable cause is very low. So it's very easy to get into court to get that in the door.
This is Kate Peter talking in a hearing. Oh, somebody said who's talking. Kate Peter talking, and the judge is like, really? In what way do you say it's inequitable?
Her word against mine, and then I have to go through the entire court process to disprove these allegations that she's manufacturing. As far as August 9th goes, that's not exactly what happened. I showed up to protest on behalf of the O'Keefe family. She happened to be in the crowd. As soon as I was made aware of this, I told the state troopers I will leave. They said, no, you can stand down the street. You know, I think I was about 100 yards away. So I stood down the street quietly holding my sign. Miss Murray and Mr. Kearney, and this is in a police report as well, tried to approach me on, I think, 3 or 4 different occasions. They tried to go down to the police to get me arrested, but luckily I had a sergeant with the Dedham police that was in my presence at all times. He notes in his report that it looks like they're the ones who are harassing, intimidating me, not the other way around.
Okay, so at this, do you have any questions for Ms. Peters? Go right ahead.
Ms. Peters, so you run a national pill mafia, correct?
It's not very active right now, but it still exists, yes.
And in 2022, you did post photos on that website of my client.
I did.
You also posted my client's address.
I did not. I did not.
And did you also state, Aidan, you told somebody I wouldn't have the balls to show up at your fucking girlfriend's house and that I'd never be able to find her address. You're wrong on both fucking accounts, son. And you should really be worried about the kind of videos and photographs I have right now and where they're gonna go.
I would have to see the direct quote. It sounds somewhat
Oh, show
consistent
it to
with what
me.
I had written. I don't know about and where they're going to go. I feel like you added that.
And additionally, did you also on that show state that Lauren Harvey was collateral damage because she has a relationship with Mr. Kearney?
I do
Collateral
feel that
damage.
he was treating her as collateral damage, yes.
Meaning, when I say collateral damage, ma'am, what I mean is that you harming her is collateral damage, correct?
No.
And you have a relationship, a friendship with a woman by the name of Lindsay Gattani, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay Gattani is here today,
She is.
and Ms. Gattani also has an order on Mr. Kearney, correct?
She has a domestic violence restraining order because he
Yes,
battered her.
ma'am.
Yes.
Because he battered her.
And you knew that Mr. Kearney would be here today, correct?
I knew that, I mean, I would assume, I did, yes.
And so you made a phone call and had Ms. Gattani show up here today, correct?
No.
No further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, I do have the video of Ms. Peter driving by the courthouse, sticking her finger out and saying, "Go for yourself."
Do you want to introduce that at this point? And then you have a witness?
I do.
Okay, so why don't I see the video, and then if you'd like to call the witness, I'll hear from your witness.
Okay, so I think we heard the pertinent parts of it because in the document it said that during that hearing, she admitted meeting with Melo. And we heard that part of it. Wait, where were we? Talk amongst yourselves for a second. That was paragraph 175. She testified that she met with Mr. Melo. Okay, back to the document. Welcome, Jim, everyone. Everyone, welcome, Jim. First comment ever on this channel. He just joined YouTube May 31st of 2025. Jim says, why do you follow Massachusetts cases? Isn't there enough crime in New York? Well, I didn't realize that there was a jurisdictional limit of the cases that I was allowed to cover. Massachusetts is very corrupt, and there happens to be a lot of very corrupting cases in Massachusetts that are kind of fun to follow. Many of my viewers are from Massachusetts, and they're interested in it. And why do you care? Have a great day. I mean, really, what a dumbass comment. You actually subscribed for 8 hours just so you could put that in there? We did that already. Okay, here we go. Ms. Peter, okay, so then she went to his arraignment, and then she said that she went to meet with Mr. Melo. She has testified, right? That was at the Lauren Murray hearing. That's what we just listened to. And that she was a potential witness against Mr. Kearney. Shortly after Mr. Kearney's arrest, Ms. Peter, with the blessing of Mr. Melo and Detective Tully, became an integral part of the prosecution team. On October 25th of 2023, Ms. Peter emailed Tully that she and her team, she has a team now, were doing something. Doesn't Aidan usually host some sort of like Halloween party? Does that have anything to do with the Halloween party? I don't know. And I can't know because Exhibit KK is redacted. To this day, the DA hasn't informed the defense of who, if anyone, served on Ms. Peters' team, right? And they've asked about a million ways from Sunday. Oops. Ms. Peter sent DL Tully a blank, which she blank wherever she believed there was evidence of a crime. She advised Detective Lieutenant Tully blank. I mean, what did she send him? A chart, which she, I don't know, redlined, highlighted wherever she believed there was evidence of a crime, a list of videos. She advised Tully something. Ms. Peter further informed Tully that her team, again, her team had blank, something that is over 3 lines, completely redacted. Almost 2 years later, the defense hasn't been provided with information Ms. Peter provided to Tully in the blank or blank links. Not even in the 4,000 blank pages. On November 1st of 2023, Ms. Peter emailed Tully with the subject line blank. Okay, so that's after his arrest. Emphasis added. She informed Tully, another whole 2 lines are blanked out. And an exhibit LL, which we cannot access. Ms. Peter told Tully that she would blank, 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 3 lines. I mean, she's self-snitching, and she never thought any of this stuff would get out, and that's got to be what it is. Got to be. Self-snitching. Ms. Peters' email provided Tully with another link to a blank. Almost 2 years later, the defense hasn't been provided with this video file. Okay, so it's a video of some sort. And any response to Tully to Ms. Peters' questions. Because remember, Tully like deleted a whole bunch of stuff from Lindsay Catani's cell phone extraction before he mistakenly released the full 15-year extraction. On November 17th of 2023, Ms. Peter emailed Tully and said something else that is 2 lines that completely redacted exhibit MM, which we can't access. According to Tully, he relied upon information Ms. Peter provided him before he edited Mr. Kearney's YouTube episodes. And then we get to exhibit NN, which is an affidavit of Courtney Healy, who is Tim Bradle's amazing paralegal. And in the affidavit, this is what Courtney swears to. I, Courtney Healy, on oath, do hereby depose and state under the pains and penalties of perjury. I am of age and a resident of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am working as the primary paralegal for the defense of Aidan Kearney. Okay, hold on. Oh, Scott, there was only 1 comment so far. There was only 1 comment, so you may not be. It was pretty, the one that I put up on the screen. Yeah, just so you know, if you block a mod, that's an automatic block. It's an automatic block island trip. I only saw Jim had 1 comment, and that's the one that I put up, so. Maybe Jim got tired and he went to troll somebody else. I don't know. At the request of counsel, Attorney Timothy Bradle and Attorney Mark Betterow, a meeting with Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove and Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully was scheduled for September 4th of 2025 at the Norfolk DA's office, Canton. Present at this meeting was myself, another member of our team, Tina Murray, Attorney Robert Cosgrove, and Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. Okay, well, that's interesting. So it was Courtney, Tina, Cosgrove, and Tully. During the meeting, Tully stated the following in the presence of myself, Tina, and Attorney Cosgrove. A, Tully does not click links that are sent to him from outside the MSP. If he received a link, he would ask where he could find the video himself and ask for a timestamp. However, we do not have any communication to that effect, requesting the location of any material behind the links provided and/or timestamps. B, once given the location of the video and timestamp, Tully stated he would then go find the video himself, toggle to the timestamp given, and screen capture the portion of the video. He would then save and name the screen captured recording with a label of his choosing. Oh, so he's the one who renamed the videos? The videos we were referencing were the videos presented to the grand jury against Mr. Aidan Kearney. Yeah, but they weren't unsolicited. He asked Kate to give them to him. When I asked Tully where the intent file came from, there was a whole entire file named intent. He stated that he named the file intent because when presenting to the grand jury, it is necessary to provide the intent of the defendant. The foregoing statements above and in the accompanying motion are true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. Information and belief signed XOXO, Courtney Healy. Tully admitted in the meeting with Courtney and Tina that he's the one who renamed the files. He's the one who screen captured it himself. And he's the one who named that file intent. On November 17th, on okay, so that was according to Tully. He relied upon information Ms. Peter provided him before he edited Mr. Kearney's YouTube episodes. On November 26, 2023, just 2 days before Mr. Melo commenced the grand jury presentation, Ms. Peter emailed him, subject line blank, a blank. A lot of redactions here. Okay, and we got nothing until SS, which we're going to get to watch another video. So get excited, get excited. I'll put this back on the screen. If I was going to go right to another exhibit, I wasn't going to put it back up, but let's do this. On November 26th of 2023, just 2 days before Mr. Melo commenced the grand jury presentation, Ms. Peter emailed him, subject line blank, a blank, exhibit 00, which we can't see. Ms. Peter saw Mr. Melo's blank writing, and then there's a whole entire quoted paragraph that is redacted. Emphasis added. Sought what? His permission, his blessing, something. On November 26, 2023, Mr. Melo's response to Ms. Peter proved that he opened private links sent to him by Ms. Peter. And then there's something redacted, which will prove, according to Betterow, the world according to Betterow, that Melo opened the links. So even if Tully claims he didn't, Melo did. In response to Mr. Melo's request, Ms. Peter sent him blank. All right, so he must have asked her for something else, and then she provided it. I think a bird just flew into my window. That's weird. Ms. Peters' November 26, 2023 communication with Mr. Melo conclusively establishes that Mr. Melo outsourced investigative work to her, discussed strategy to her, was aware that she edited Mr. Kearney's content with her own editorial slant and bias, and that he reviewed private links she sent to him 2 days before the grand jury proceeding started. All right, well, I'll make a leap and say everything that's been redacted establishes proof Melo outsourced investigative work, told her to go get something else for him, told her to do this, told her to do that. He was directing her. He discussed strategy with her, and he was aware that she edited the content. Lieutenant Fanning has testified that Ms. Peter reported things to the MSP that they can't find or document. Oh, really? February 22nd, 2024 transcript. That's interesting. What was Fanning testifying at in February of 2024? Was that the Aidan and Karen grand jury to try and indict them on conspiracy charges? Because I thought there was only one witness, and I thought it was Tully. So what did Fanning testify about on February 22nd of 2024 that that's a transcript of? And apparently she was providing things that they couldn't even confirm. In December 2023, as part of her plan to coax Ms. Gattani into bringing witness intimidation charges against Mr. Kearney, Ms. Peter told Ms. Gattani that she had blank and that she had spoken to him about blank. I don't know. She had what? Tully and Melo on board, or Tully on board, and that she had spoken to him about, getting Turtle locked up. Hey, Turtle. Listen, Turtle. Listen, Turtle. All right. And we're up to Exhibit RR, and we can't get that either. Ms. Peter joked that when she spoke to Mr. Melo, blank. These are text messages. I'll tell you that much. These are text messages between Lindsay Gattani, Kate Peter, Melo, and Tully. We know that they were on a 4-way text thread, and we know that they were texting, or Lindsay was texting with Melo while she was in the bathroom at her apartment, and Aidan Kearney was outside the door, and she says something, "Don't call me." I forget if she was texting Tully or Melo. "Don't call me because Aidan's here and he's outside the bathroom." Give, send, go for Aidan's defense fund is in the show notes if you can give. Ms. Peter joked that when she spoke to Ms. Melo, something. On December 12th of 2023, Ms. Gattani texted Ms. Peter that Mr. Kearney blank. Well, that'll be interesting because the alleged incident that occurred at Ms. Gattani's apartment that led to Aidan being incarcerated happened December 23rd. And so I can guess that 10, 11 days prior, they were plotting and planning. Maybe. February 26, 2024, Ms. Peter left Mr. Kearney a crude and harassing voice message, Exhibit SS, gloating about her importance to the Commonwealth against him. All right, so this is in February of 2024. Is that the day that he was released from jail, February 26, 2024? Around that day, wasn't it? Okay. Hang on, because we're going to get to listen to the crude voicemail right now, because that's Exhibit SS, and we have it. Apologies in advance for any language that could be in this. I don't know. I haven't listened to it, but maybe you have. Earmuffs on the children.
Hey, Megan, it's Kate. Kate Peter, crusty panties, how you call it. I just wanted to let you know every time you get a block number, it's not Lindsay or LG or anyone else. It's me. And I just want to let you know that when you go back to jail, I had absolutely everything to fucking do with it because you're a dumb motherfucker, right? And every time that you victimize a female, I am going to be right there pushing back. I just want you to know that. Play this on your fucking live show. I am going to get the best of you. You're a bad person, and everybody's going to see it. Have a nice day. By the way, Karen Reed wants nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I meant it.
Wow. Well, in case the judge does not click on that link, The entire call is transcribed for him in the actual papers, in the papers. So good. This is so good. How is no? I mean, it's so interesting. She's gloating about her importance to the Commonwealth's cases against him. I would say that that's a fair interpretation of that voicemail message that we just listened to. And then in March of 2024, Ms. Peter boasted under oath in Kearney versus Peter, Leominster District Court, that Mr. Kearney is angry and upset with me because I have been cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on him. He can blame me for all his problems because I am furnishing information. Well, if you don't believe it, here's the tape. Let's roll tape.
He is angry and upset with me because I have been cooperating with the prosecution and giving them information on him. A lot of the quotes that he puts in here that are not relevant to the statute at all, where I say that he can blame me for all of his problems, is because I am furnishing information. This is retaliatory. The clerk magistrate's hearing that he also references to this is also retaliatory. He's not in fear of me. He's never been in fear of me. He's stated several times over the years that he's not in fear of me. This is simply something that he's trying to do to inconvenience me, self-victimize. I certainly am not going to harm this man. I've never tried to harm this man. I'm simply standing up to him because he's an online bully and a criminal.
Anything else you want to say?
And a criminal.
All right, I do find the criteria for the issuance of the order has been met. I am going to issue the order. Ma'am, you're ordered not to abuse or harass him, not to contact him directly, indirectly, stay at least 10 yards or 30 feet away from him, stay at least 10 yards or 30 feet away from 11 Mason Road in Jefferson. This order will be in effect for a 1-year period, a 1-year date. All right.
So this judge in Leominster gave Aidan Kearney a restraining order against Kate Peter based on this testimony and other testimony, March 11th of 2024 for a 1-year period. She says it's retaliatory. Oh, she says he's being retaliatory. And Zoe says, wow, KP, you're the queen of retaliatory actions and bullying. Elaine is here. I only wish we could see her face. I know. Anything else you want to add, Jamie? The judge is like, shut up. And that's why sometimes in the corner we put up the box of, I baked you some shut the fuck up cakes. You can't make it up. You just can't. Next section is entitled Tully and Melo's knowledge of distorted evidence prior to the grand jury proceeding. Tully prepared and signed the charging documents filed against Mr. Kearney on October 11th of 2023. That exhibit is the charging documents, and it is 70 pages long. We've been over this before, and so we're not going to go through it today. But it's stamped October 11th, 2023 in Stoughton District Court. It is signed by Tully, signed by Tully. And so Tully knew the charges. 70 pages. As the special prosecutor in charge of the prosecution, Mr. Melo was familiar with the contents of the charging documents and the evidence against Mr. Kearney at the time of his arrest, which was almost 7 weeks before Mr. Melo elicited testimony from Tully before the grand jury. Melo billed taxpayers for only 56 hours of work performed during October of 2023, even though commencing on October 4th of 2023, this is a quote, and on each and every day thereafter, including weekends and all legal holidays, I have devoted an absolute minimum of 4 hours each day and frequently 12 or more hours a day. Really? Which meant that before Mr. Melo elicited testimony from Tully in the grand jury proceeding, he worked more than 232 hours on Mr. Kearney's case. at least 112 hours in October 23, and at least 120 hours in November of 2023. Is that going to hyperlink me to a bill? Because I hope so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's his invoice. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. And guess who's rubber stamping these invoices? Lynn Beeland. Let's look at Melo's invoice. We had some fun with the invoices when the invoices dropped for Karen Reed's second trial, and we looked at Aperture's invoices and how they were rubber stamped. Some of them were like $45,000 a month. Some were $75,000 a month. And Lynn Beeland was just rubber stamping them to be paid. Remember? Well, here's Melo's bill. Oops. Dated January 26th of 2024. Approved by Lynn Beeland on 2/2/24. She's just rubber stamping everything. She's no longer there. She left so fast. She left skid marks. She ran away. I don't know, retired. I don't know what she did. She doesn't want to be involved in any of this anymore. And somebody should call her as a witness. I can't wait. That'd be great. It says, I, attorney Kenneth S. Melo, was appointed as the special prosecutor in this matter on October 4th of 2023. Commencing on that day and on each and every day thereafter, including weekends and all legal holidays, have devoted an absolute minimum of 4 hours each day and frequently 12 or more hours a day of professional services as a special prosecutor. My services have included, but were not limited to, reviewing some 8 months of daily internet posts and blogs. Well, Mr. Melo, if you were spending 8 hours a day reviewing his entire website, why didn't you see all that stuff about Kate Peter filing a false federal complaint with YouTube? Why would you want her to be gathering information for you? Then you're actually even more stupid than we thought. And we didn't think that was even possible. We thought she just sent you stuff and you just relied on it. But now you're saying you reviewed his entire blog, all of his posts, all of his videos too. Frequently 12 or more hours a day. Really? 12 hours a day you spent reading Aidan's articles and watching his videos? Okay. Then you have a zero excuse. And you should all be in trouble in some way. Legal research, communicating with opposing counsel and numerous parties relative to this matter, coordinating efforts with investigators, drafting court filings, travel time and appearing in court, making presentations to the grand jury, establishing a taint team, and appearing before the court with search warrant applications. I've actually devoted over 700 hours of professional services to this matter. In consideration of fiscal realities, I informed the district attorney in October that I would cap my billing at 2 hours each day for the calendar year of 2023 at the agreed upon billing rate of $400 an hour. Accordingly, I submit the following statement of professional service. Wow. How pissed is Brendan? They were only paying him $250. $250 an hour. And they're paying this guy $400? Wow. Hang on. $700 hours he claims to have spent. Do you really think if he spent 700 hours, he would have capped it at the contract price? So then he says his itemized bill is, oh my gosh, stop that. For October, 56 hours at $400 an hour, $22,400. For November, 60 hours at $400 an hour, $24,000. And for the month of December 2023, 62 hours, including all legal holidays. So, he worked on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, Halloween, Veterans Day. What other holidays fall in October, November, December? 62 hours in October and December, 24,800 because, you know, he had to buy a lot of nice Christmas gifts. And his total here is 178 hours at 400 an hour, $71,200. Please make checks payable to Attorney Kenneth S. Melo. Mastad says Melo is a fraud. I think we can all see that. And oh, of course, Lynn Beeland within, well, February 2nd. Oh, February 2nd is when it took her only, wow, he submitted his bill January 26th. I wish everyone wishes they could get paid that quickly. Within 7 days. He was paid within 7 days. $71,200. I guess he didn't, I guess, is he a triple dip too? Does he also have a pension? Right, exactly, Landon. And so Landon and Saucy says, but Massachusetts has to dismiss a lot of cases because no public defenders. They have a shortage of public defenders because they're only paying them, I think, $65 an hour, but they're paying this clown $400 an hour. Are you shocked? $12 hours a day in some cases. From October of 2023 through December of 2023, Mr. Melo spent more than 700 hours of time on this matter. His services included, but were not limited to, reviewing some 8 months of daily internet posts and blogs associated with this matter, coordinating efforts with investigators, drafting court filings, and making presentations to the grand jury. Maybe that's why Cosgrove is so confused about YouTube, that he says YouTube presentations instead of, because he's so used to doing grand jury presentations. Oh, merch idea for Cap. Melanie Little is going live. I like that. I like that, Caroline McDonald. Wait, that wasn't Caroline McDonald. That was No Love for the Traveling Trooper. Well done. We're going to have to do a giveaway because you guys are coming up with such good stuff. Thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership. And also hyperlinked to the hyperlinks. Well done on the username. Gifted 5. It is random. You have to be opted in. I have no control over who gets them, but welcome to all the new members. John Mike, thanks for your 20, says, thanks for the overtime today, Ms. Melanie. Oh, it's fun. You know, I do 12 hours a day, but I'm not billing for it. You guys are just coming in, and hopefully you're enjoying it. And I heard somebody in the pre-chat say that they were going on a 6-hour drive today and that I would be keeping you company. So I forget who it was, but I wish when, you know, I drive a lot. Like when I drive to Boston, it's at least 6 hours each day. And yeah, it's a lip stain. I still didn't even have to reapply. It's working, right? Wonder Skin, I think it's called. I don't even send a bill. It's just, you know, voluntary contributions to the presentation, like John Mike for his 20. Thank you. So I'm glad that I get to keep you company on your 6-hour drive. And I wished when I was driving to Boston that somebody did that for me because nobody was live. So it's all right. I can listen to Dave Matthews Radio on Sirius XM and be happy. Thank you, Lynn, for becoming a member. Oh, this is good too, Boston girl. 79, Charissa. Merch idea, peace, love, and Melanie Little's cupcakes. I like that. I like that. Maybe we could do a play on like a peace sign with a cupcake. I don't know. I like it. Excellent. Thank you, Charissa. Never lied at the ice cream truck. That was good too. Amanda said you could do something with Kawaba weight. Thanks, Amanda. Texas Prime, we coming. We coming. We coming. Absolutely love you, Melanie, with all my heart. Love you with all my heart. When I'm having a bad day at work, I just think about looking forward to your next stream. Instant mood change. Oh, I like that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm in the car with Jackie. Zidell. Don't text and drive, Jackie. Thank you, Texas Prime, for your 10. Alicia says, sorry to interrupt you, Melanie. Add me to the pre-order list for the tour t-shirt. Don't forget, the bitches will get you. Yeah, that's a good one. It's the bitches that'll get you. Yes. Yes, Queen. Thanks, Alicia, for your 5. Shine on you, Crazy Diamond says, the thing about Julie Grant's 180-degree turn Think about the email from Morrissey to a Julie with a blacked out last name. Could that have been Julie Grant? I didn't even think of that. I did not even think of that. Could she have ultimately been involved, like trying to speak out for the McCabe's and the Alberts? Was she even reporting on Karen Reed? Because remember, that hostage video by Marcy was done in August of 2023. Was Julie Grant reporting on it in August of 2023? We thought it was Julie Albert. And because he mentioned Colin so many times in the hostage video, or Colin, depending on who you listen to. But let's see, Albert is 6 letters, and then Grant is 5 letters. I don't know. I don't think so, because I don't think she was reporting on it yet. But you guys can, I'm sure, all of the armchair detectives in the chat, including you, Sean and Crazy Diamond, that's a beautiful profile pic, by the way, will go back into the archives of Court TV and find out. The other thing I noticed, I remember when we first looked at that Julie Blank email, was that it was from a person, and they also copied a person, somebody at gmail.com that we thought could have been Chris Albert at gmail.com, but we weren't sure. So, I mean, I love how you guys think outside the box. You're awesome. Melanie Little's left swipe to Club P says, I think Julie Grant is in the free couch club. Oh, you guys are fantastic. Josh H says, how did Tully see the Scandlin video if he doesn't open links in his emails? Great point. Thanks for your 5. M. Monge, thanks for your 10. You are the best covering this for all of us. I was on a long ride to a client and I wasn't able to look at my tablet because I had to look for Popo, off topic. Will Aidan share his text with the Karen Reed civil team? I don't know if they're allowed to because of the protective order. And that's a great question. That's a great question. So because it's under a protective order, they're not allowed to share with anyone. And so I don't know how Karen Reed's civil team would get access to all this stuff unless they made a motion, in his case, to have the judge unseal it for them. And a civil case is very, very broad in discovery, as we've discussed many times. And so the rules are much, you get a lot more stuff in civil court, let's just say. And so that's interesting. And that is a great question. Alan Jackson will be appearing in court on Monday. I will be covering the hearing live, and so will you, because you'll be here with me. It's a 2 p.m. hearing, and so I may set it depending on if some papers pop off. If some papers pop off, we're going to come in early to read the papers before the hearing, obviously at 2 p.m. because Court TV is going to have, I think, a camera in there for the hearing. And Alan Jackson did an interview the other day with Billy Bush. I was in the chat trying to rile up the chat and get the chat talking because nobody was really like, I had to hype him up because Billy Bush was like a half an hour late. And I was like, Billy Bush, too many psychedelics? Where are you? Did you forget you? It's because he's on a psychedelic journey that he's talked about for his trauma. But that is also off topic. And so they can probably make a motion to have those communications and stuff because, in my opinion, it all goes to consciousness of guilt that someone else did this, not Karen Reed, because we know that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. That's a great question. And look at Shine on You Crazy Diamond, even became a member because she's having fun here today. Sham Wow from Canada says, listen, Little, this needs to stop. I have not sat on my sofa and watched TV for 2 years since I found you. I have an earbud in my ear every day. My daughter loves you too. I hope your Fab Five are proud of you. Well, they are, because thank you, Sham Wow, for watching from Canada, for putting up with my tortured Boston accent. And look at that silver play button behind me. We did an unboxing the other day. And we broke 128,000, which is awesome. So everyone just hit the subscribe button because it's free. Melanie's Eras Tour merch. That is it. This is the Eras Tour. This is my Eras Tour because I have Swifties and because Kylie knows that. That silver play button behind you, that is the $100,000 pyramid. No, that is the 100,000 subscriber silver play button that YouTube gives you. And so my kids have always watched YouTube. I have kids that are 30. And the coolest YouTubers were always the ones with the silver play buttons. And so when I broke 100,000, it was during the Karen Reed trial. And you may remember that all my kids got together because some of them don't live with me anymore. And they got me a rainbow cookie cake. and they came in and they were singing like some congratulatory song to me on the stream. We had a cake. There were candles. It was awesome. My kids are amazing. And so, yes, they are very proud. Thank you for that. Because Kylie Cosmos says, I want some Melanie's Era Tour merch, because that's what I was calling your live streams during the peak of the last Karen Reed trial. You had 20,000 Swifties. I eat cupcakes in here. I don't want to brag. But during verdict day, I think we had over 50,000 in chat. Scott will tell you. Life was a living hell. When Scott signed up, volunteered to be a moderator for me because I was on duty run, and that's how we met. He thought it was going to be all about makeup and fashion. And, so every time we talk about lipstick, he cringes a little bit because he was surprised when it turned out that we were not going to talk about lipstick and makeup, but real stuff. And then Kylie says, everyone was wondering what the new surprise gong was going to be. Yves Wadir, motion to dismiss, clips out of context by Hank, Alessi Cross. Crazy. Oh, and yes, Kylie also reminds us that we had cupcakes proposing to each other during Love Story. Do you remember? We had a proposal on the stream. It's up on my Instagram. It's on my Instagram. There was a proposal. I can't play it for you because I put music behind it. I put Marry Me by Train. And Auntie Deb was on the stream, and Mark Batterow was on the stream. And there was a super chat that said, Melanie, I hope you see this soon because I have to go to work in 40 minutes. If you see this, can you please ask my fiance or not my fiance, can you please ask my girlfriend to stand up? And then he sent another one that said, I want to ask my girlfriend to marry me while you're on the stream. It was incredible. And he did. And she said, yes. And it's on my Instagram. I don't know if they got married yet, but I said, do either of you? I said to Betterow, are you ordained as a minister? Can you marry them? And Betterow said, no, I'm not. But then Auntie Deb said, I am. And then Betterow said, that is the least surprising thing that I've ever heard you say to Auntie Deb. It was sweet. It was awesome. They're engaged. I don't know if they're married. But that was awesome. Thank God she said yes. That was so awesome. That's right. Kylie says, if that wasn't your version of Eras Tour, then I don't know what it was. The proposal sealed it for me. It was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, this is my Eras Tour and your Eras Tour because we're here together. We're in it together. And now we got a free Turtleboy and we got a free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We got a free everyone. So let's do a giveaway. All right, we're going to do a giveaway for some merch, okay? We're going to do a giveaway for a baseball cap that says, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. Okay, so what you got to do is, if you win, this is only if you win the giveaway. If you win, you have to be willing to email me your address so that I can send it to you, okay? So you have to be willing, but don't send me your address now. Like only if you win, you send me your address. Okay. So there's going to be one winner, and that winner is going to send me their address so that I can send them a baseball cap. Okay. Oh, and a t-shirt idea. You can't make this up. Well done. Crazy Deshaun on your Crazy Diamond. So if you want to enter the giveaway, which is going to happen right now, you need to put in the chat. Oops. Let's see. All right. You need to put in the chat right now, #cupcake, and it will enter you. Do not enter more than once. Only one time. Only enter one time. #cupcake, all small letters. And then we will draw the winner in a few minutes. All right. Let's see what we're up to. I'll give you a chance to enter #cupcake. Oh, and then you know what it does? Oops. All right, wait a second. I don't know what, it did this last time too. It's like show or hide. It's giving us all these show or hide things. I know. Why does it do that, Scott? All of these messages are being held for review. Why? Let's go to the FAQ on that. You see, because the dumb YouTube algorithm is picking it up as spam. Sometimes it doesn't work. There's too many for us to approve. I know, I see it too, but I don't understand why it has never done that before and why it's doing it today. Breaking the internet like Taylor Swift. I can't do a number because the StreamYard giveaway tool requires it to be a hashtag thing, but let me just double check that one more time. It's StreamYard's own giveaway tool. Hang on. Tell them to leave a comment to enter. You can put in a hashtag. Oh, it doesn't have to be a hashtag. Okay. Everyone stop putting that in. Stop putting that in. We're going to abort because all the people that were using the hashtag got blocked. So forget that. We're going to do it again. We're going to try it again. All right, we can leave it blank. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave it blank. So you just have to put any comment in the chat to be entered. Any comment will do, okay? Any comment. Forget the hashtag cupcake. Everyone stop. It wasn't working because YouTube algorithm was picking it up as spam. So we're going to start collecting in a minute. So just give it a minute. Okay, everyone stop. Everyone stop talking. Shh. Shushy. Okay. Halt the chat for 1 sec. Just for 1 sec, because I have to hit the go button before we can go, okay? You're not blocked, MJA Boston. You are not blocked. Any comment will do, okay? Wait a second until I hit go. Okay? Wait a second. Don't use a hashtag because the thing with YouTube now with this new dopey algorithm is that I think don't start yet because I didn't start it yet. I didn't even hit the go button yet. YouTube algorithm is picking up hashtags, I think, as spam and like things that they don't like. All right. So now I'm going to ready, set, go, start collecting comments. Don't put in more than one comment. Everyone just say one thing. Just say one thing. And it's gonna, if you put a comment in there, any comment will do. You can tell me how much you love me. You can give me compliments. You can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want nicely. Some of them are going to be held for review. So, I'm going to help you. Potentially inappropriate messages are held for review. Hold on. I can disable that in my settings. Let me do that. Hang on. Let me go to my settings. There we go. That should be okay now. All right. So now it should be good. Now it shouldn't hold any comments. Melanie is a minx. Oh, I don't even know what that means, but I'll allow it, Violet Lilac. Any comment will do. All right, so now it's not gonna. So yeah, if you comment in the chat, we're doing a little giveaway. We're doing a little merch giveaway. We're gonna give away a hat that says "I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little" because some of you really did when I did a live stream from Cancun. Any comment will do. Participate in the chat, smash the like button, all that good stuff. And so thank you, ShamWow, for starting that with your awesome $20 bill from Canada. Kay says, I don't care if it takes a week to get through this. I don't want to miss anything that Better and Olivia worked so hard. I know. I feel like we need to give it its due, right? Thank you, Kay, for your 10. Tiffany says, Kate Peter stalked Turtleboy's kids' bus stop for MSP and the Commonwealth while Turtleboy had a protective order against Kate Peter. Aren't his kids also covered under the protective order? You know who that's a great question for? Mass Dad. But without seeing the actual physical protective order, I don't think so. I don't think so, but I don't know. Mass Dad, you can let me know if automatically Aidan's children would be also covered under the protective order that he had against Kate Peter. I'm not sure. Oh, thank you, Ms. Lily. And Tiffany, dog bite community member, says, how common are motions this long? Is it possible the judge won't read it all or click the links? Too bad the judge won't watch you read it. It is very common. We have watched, no, not automatically. Thank you, Mass Dad. I didn't think so. So his kids would not automatically be covered. Thank you. It is common that motions can be this long. This reads like a brief. We've read a lot of appellate briefs. It reads like a brief. And the judge absolutely will read it all because he's going to have to render a decision, which will likely be written, and it will have to be very well reasoned. Only 487 people have commented since that last thing. If you comment, you're automatically going to be entered in the giveaway for a Melanie Little hat. The judge will read it. I don't know if he will click on all the links, but I imagine that he will. Also understand, I think, this judge, they have clerks. They have law clerks that also help drafting decisions, and they help with research, and they help. A lot of judges don't even write their own opinions. They are oftentimes written by the law clerk, who is also a lawyer, and it's a very prestigious job to be a law clerk for a judge, especially in federal court. And they are wicked smart. And I know superior law clerks are brilliant, says Mastad. Yes, the clerk even called Mastad back from Worcester the other day to tell him about the verdict on Josh Hubert. So that is how good the superior court clerks are. Like, that's a hard job to get. They're wicked smart. A lot of times judges, well, the judges in Massachusetts, we know, are appointed. They're not elected. So it's not always based on merit and based on being wicked smart. And the law clerks often do all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Oh, that wasn't a law clerk. That was a clerk magistrate. Well, you know what? The clerks, let's say the clerks in general are doing the Lord's work, right? The law clerks, though, do a lot of the heavy lifting. I know you know that. Laura says they wanted the shock factor, which will be their demise. Thanks, Laura. 5, no love for the traveling trooper says, how about Melanie Little did not block me? That's a good one. That's a good one. Angie RN says from Arizona, apologies if asked previously, since hyperlinks are in the motion, I assume the judge is required to open and see the supporting evidence. Love from Arizona. Well, yeah, it would be like looking at an exhibit, right? And it is an exhibit. All of these are exhibits to the motion. And so instead of like attaching paper, they're hyperlinks. So yeah, he's required to open them. Somebody will do it. Somebody will do it. Unlike, Tully didn't like to open hyperlinks, apparently, allegedly. Free Turtleboy says, Elf has been here for 20 months. Thanks for the great content. Thank you guys for watching. Boston Girl Charissa says, merch idea, peace, love, and Melanie Little's cupcakes. I like that a lot. What was the rationale for needing a special prosecutor for this case? Well, because Michael Marcy had a conflict because he was already prosecuting Karen Reed. And so he had to hire somebody else to prosecute Aidan Kearney. There's the conflict. What was the conflict then, you ask? Why they needed to hire Hank Brennan as a special prosecutor? Answer was, there wasn't a conflict. And that would be a great question too. There wasn't a conflict because he'd already prosecuted Karen Reed once. He just wanted to hire a mob lawyer, in my opinion. All right, could it be possible that we only have 584 who have entered the contest? So it was because of a conflict. Usually that's the only time they hire a special prosecutor is when there is a conflict. But they hired Hank Brennan because nobody else in the DA's office would touch it. That's my personal opinion. Sunny Moon, thank you for your sticker. Sunny Moon again says, XOXO Melanie Little. That's another great idea. XOXO Melanie Little. That's a great idea for a merch. Hello. Joy says, Melanie, forgive me if you've already answered this, but people get stuck on YouTube for saying grape. But how is Kate Peter able to continue on YouTube when falsifying documents to YouTube? Seems like a lifetime ban for me. I don't know. I don't know if she's monetized. I just don't know. Put any comment in the chat if you want to be entered for merch, a baseball hat. Attorney Melanie Little, life's better with cupcakes and Melanie Little. Melanie Little's cupcake crew brings beauty and a little law. Oh, that's cute. Thanks, Justice is my bias. I don't know if anybody reported her for the fake documents. Like, I don't know what the status of her channel is. And I'm not saying go report her because I would never like tell anybody to do that. I would just like, I would never tell you to file complaints against a judge or anything like that. So I just don't know the status of her channel. Armick says, love overtime with Melanie Little and the cupcakes. Thanks, Armick. And Norman Corey says, Melanie, thanks for going over all the papers for us. And thank you for fixing my chat issues. I hope it's fixed, Norman. I don't know. YouTube is whack. Maybe it's because it was like randomly holding those weird comments. I don't know. Those weird cupcake warriors. That's a good one. Give me the papers. Thank you, Norman, for your 20. Happy to help. Rosie B. Melanie Little's Bakery. Cupcakes on the back. Oh, that's cute. I like that, Rosie B. We're going to have to narrow it down. Maybe we'll do a vote. Thank you, Virginia, for gifting a membership. You're awesome. Tony says, thanks for all your prayers. 17-year-old son went in for a ruptured appendix. Because of complications, ending up having 3 surgeries, 2 procedures, and a blood transfusion. Y'all are the best. Oh my God, that is so scary. That is so scary. So scary. I'm so glad that he's okay and that everyone in the chat is praying for you. And it's the worst when your baby is sick and you can't fix it, you know? It's the worst when they're in pain and you can't make it better. That is the worst. I know that feeling all too well. All too well. I'm in my Eras tour now. I know it all too well. Mama became a member. Thanks, Mama. Shine on, you crazy diamond. If Julie Grant was involved in any way, that would also explain why Kate Peter and Lindsay Gattani were chosen for the interview. Yep. That's right. Thank you for your super chat. And more of a Leslie said, I made a t-shirt with your motto, sending a picture in an email. Oh, that's so cute. You're not selling them though, are you? You're just wearing them? You made it on your Cricut and you're just wearing them? Kay Willis is here. She gifted 5 memberships. She's south of Boston. If you want to sell your house, she's amazing. In the UK, KP are peanuts. In Massachusetts, KP is just nuts. That's so funny. Shoot a UK. Well done. Stay smart, stay sweet, stay little. Oh, that's good. Justice is my bias. Stay smart, stay sweet, stay little. That's good. I like it. I like it. We need some more stuff. Hit the like button and make sure it still works, says Stormy. Thanks, Stormy, for your 5. Shine on, you crazy diamond, says the judge knows the entire content, of course, because he watches Melanie Little. Hey, Judge Doolin. Hey, are you out there? All right, Barbara, let's see if we can help you out. All right, Barbara, you have been unblocked. Why it's doing that? All right, Barbara, I'll give you a minute to put something in the chat. Block Island, not evidence. Block Island, not evidence. Stop. Okay, Wet My Whistle gets credit on that. It took me a minute. But it's good. Block Island, not evidence. Well done. All right, let's do it. We're going to do the first giveaway of the day. We'll probably do a couple because we usually do. Because once we like giving, we're givers. I'm a giver. So I like giving. All right. We're going to, I mean, it says there's only 698 entries, but I don't know how that could be possible because it looks like a lot more chats went through. All right. Norman is fixed. Ready? And here we go. Now, remember, if you entered, you have to be willing to send me your address. Okay. And don't send me your address if you don't win. Okay, here we go. Oh, and we're going. It's like spinning the wheel. But it's not spinning the wheel. It's not spinning the wheel because it is going to pick a winner. And the winner is Rocky Bullwinkle. Rocky Bullwinkle is the winner chicken dinner. Rocky Bullwinkle, you are the new proud owner. Or you will be once you email me your address. Of a Melanie. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little baseball cap. See, I'll show you what it looks like. The merch link is pinned in the chat. It is 20% off for the next 2 days. Here's the logo. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little because if you know, you know. Congratulations, Rocky Bullwinkle. Fan base at mlittlelaw.com. That's my email. Only Rocky Bullwinkle. Email me your address. Let's see. There's a couple of hat choices here, actually. There's this one. This is the vintage washed rope cap. That also comes in pink and white. You prefer that one. And I don't know where it says. How do I get to the hats? All caps and hats. Let's see how many hats we even have. I don't even know. What do I know? We got two. We got this one. That's the flex fitted baseball cap. And then we have this one with the piping. Okay. All right. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, chicken dinner. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't be jelly. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. I got to keep you guys engaged, you know? Justin England. That was the name of the guy who got engaged on the channel. I just remembered his name. Okay. We'll do another one in a little while. Okay. When we get through some more of the papers. Congratulations to Rocky Bullwinkle. All right. So now we know that Ken Melo may or may not have padded his billing a little bit. The charging documents and Mr. Mello's billing records reveal that DL Tully's and Mr. Mello's familiarity with Mr. Kearney's online videos or episodes and written articles, the Canton Cover-Up series. Tully accurately cited names of specific episodes, exact timestamps, and exact quotes within them. For example, Tully accurately named the titles of 3 episodes: 594, Turtleboy returns to Canton; 598, breaking, Karen Reed defense files motion to recuse; 604, Colin Albert drops out of school, Brian Higgins flipping, is the end near? And that is an exhibit UU, which is the 70-page charging documents. And Tully cites those specific episodes in the charging documents. I didn't pull it up because it's 70 pages. And then it says, as opposed to the December 20th, 2023 transcript at page 5, where Tully testified that episode 598 is called Life as Normal is Over, and episode 604 entitled I Do Not Want This to Go to Trial. Okay. All right. I have to I was going to try and not pull up the papers for a minute because they make it so hard because I have to stop and share and stop and share and stop and share. But here you see that in the charging documents, Tully, because he signed it, says 598 is called, this is the real title, breaking, Karen Reed defense files motion to recuse. But when he's in front of the grand jury, he tells the grand jury that 598 was entitled Life as Normal is Over. Why? To show intent, to show that Aidan was intending to destroy their lives as normal. And then episode 604, which in the charging documents, Tully uses its proper name, Colin Albert drops out of school, Brian Higgins flipping, is the end near. He says in front of the grand jury, it's entitled, I do not want this to go to trial. Meaning he's intending to intimidate witnesses so that it doesn't go to trial. No, I see you, in space. You're not blocked. I see you. I see you. You're all set. You are all set. Hold, please. Okay. Moving on. Tully repeatedly referenced numerous other unnamed episodes, citing and quoting from them in precise detail. Tully noted that Mr. Kearney's episodes are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower and have been, quote, archived by investigators. Thus, it is indisputable that before Mr. Melo elicited testimony from Tully during the grand jury proceeding, both men knew the actual titles, length, and content of Mr. Kearney's YouTube episodes. The public availability of Mr. Kearney's content and Tully's and Melo's familiarity with it means there was no reason for the Commonwealth to A, consult with or seek Ms. Peters' input on what evidence should be presented to the grand jury, or B, to clip, edit, and rename Mr. Kearney's episodes and then conceal the actual episodes and their accurate information from the grand jury's consideration. Ms. Peters' communications with the Commonwealth provide additional proof that Tully and Melo, A, worked hand in hand with her in gathering and editing evidence for use in the grand jury proceeding. Footnote 18, which said, oh, it's partially redacted, but it says, on January 3rd, 2024, Ms. Peter emailed Mr. Melo and Tully a blank, it's a whole entire line that's blacked out. Mr. Melo forwarded Ms. Peters' email and the link she sent them to DL Tully and said, blank. Can't get that. Can't get that here. And B, intended to deceive the grand jury by intentionally presenting a false and misleading description of Mr. Kearney's episodes. Next section, the flawed grand jury presentation. Yeah. Okay. Let me take a sip. I'm getting parched. The grand jury proceeding commenced on November 28, 2023, and continued December 5th, December 14th, December 19th, and December 20th. 5 days. 5 days. They kept a grand jury for 5 days. Mastad, do they hear more than one case in a day when they come in? Or do you think this specific grand jury was charged with only hearing Aidan's case? I have questions. The main witness against Mr. Kearney was Tully. He testified a total of 11 times over the course of the 5-day proceeding. On December 20th of 2023, the grand jury voted to indict Mr. Kearney for witness intimidation, picketing, and conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. I'm going to point out again, because I cannot say this too many times, that when Lindsay Gattani was served by Tully with a grand jury subpoena on December 22nd, 2023, the grand jury was already finished. There was no grand jury in session. That was a false subpoena, in my opinion. It was doctored, it was proctored, it was made up, and it was served on Lindsay Gattani specifically for the purpose of making her a witness under the witness intimidation statute. She wasn't. The crimes for which he was alleged of committing on Lindsay Gattani had not yet happened, and the grand jury was done. This is clearly a setup. All right, judgmentally, you're all set. Clearly a setup. Could be considered criminal, maybe even in Massachusetts, to proctor a grand jury subpoena so that Lindsay would call Aidan and say, oh my God, I got served with a grand jury subpoena against you. And to use her as a honeypot trap to, yeah, you guys, if you're behind, well, if they're behind, they can't hear me. Yeah, the one giveaway's over. We'll do another one in a little bit. Using it as an entrapment. Clearly setting him up. So they indicted him, or they voted to indict him on December 20th of 2023 for witness intimidation, picketing, and conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Mr. Melo did not seek Mr. Kearney's indictment for illegally wiretapping Mr. Scandlin. All of the evidence Mr. Melo presented on November 28th of 2023 related to the uncharged allegation of Mr. Kearney illegally recording a phone call with Mr. Scandlin. Do you see the problem there? He's not charged with that crime, but Melo is presenting all of that evidence to just make the grand jury think Turtleboy bad, Turtleboy bad, Turtleboy bad. Look at all these bad things that he did. Prior bad acts. Look at all these prior bad acts. You're not allowed to do that. But they didn't think they would get caught. The evidence presented in support of the uncharged allegations of wiretapping consisted of the partial recording Ms. Peters sent D.L. Tully and testimony from Mr. Scandlin, D.L. Tully, and Sergeant Buchanan, who simply read a hearsay interview report into evidence. And that is from the November 28th, 2023 transcript. At page 22 to 30. Oh, well, we're gonna have to read this because I don't think I've ever seen this before. This is Yuri Buchanan's interview with Steve Scandlin. Oh, I've never seen this, okay? If you guys are like diehard turtle riders, you probably have seen this. I have never seen this. And so they read this hearsay interview with Scandlin into evidence, and it has nothing to do with the witness intimidation charges that he was eventually indicted on. Has anybody, if you have seen this, October 17th, 2023, let's do it this way. If you have seen this, put a 1 in the chat. If you've never seen this and this is new to you, as it's new to me. What did I just say? Put a 1 in the chat if you have seen it. If you have not seen it, put a 2 in the chat. So if you have seen this before, put a 1. If you have not seen it, put a 2. I'm just curious because there's 4,268 of you in here right now. I haven't seen this, so this is going to be good. Ooh, a lot of people have not seen it. I mean, I'm going to download it and pull it up because I just don't like the way this thing, like, doesn't let me, like, zoom in on it. So hang tight for a second. Also, I can't highlight it. I can't do my thing. I can get on my red pen. It's a whole thing. You know, if you know me, then you know. Okay. So if you're a practicing lawyer or paralegal or anybody who works with lawyers, or if you work for a DA's office somewhere, Rocky Bullwinkle, yay! She did it! Yay! Rocky Bullwinkle! Rocky Bullwinkle understood the assignment. I don't know. I can say this, right? Happens to live in Utah. I spent a lot of time in Utah because my family used to have a ski house when I was growing up and in college in Park City, and I love it there. I love it there. I love it there. Anybody who knows how inappropriate this is so inappropriate. Against, you know, the rules of professional ethics, and understand also that prosecutors are held to like a higher standard than just regular lawyers. If there's such a thing as just a regular lawyer, and there is. All right, hang on. Thank you. This is some kind of lip stain that Bethany Frankel was using in a short that popped up on my YouTube feed last night. It's called Wonderskin. And you put it on and it's purple, and then you wipe it off after 1 minute, and it just, apparently it's supposed to stay all day. I don't know. But I think that we can verify that it still has color pigment, which is unusual. I'm going to have to go and find the tube and see what color it was because I'm not sure. All right, here we go. This is an October 17th of 2023 interview of Stephen Scandlin by Yuri Buchanan. And here's the report. And he wrote this report the day after. I'm going to fall off my chair. The day after he interviewed him. I don't even know that I knew that Yuri ever interviewed Steve Scandlin. Because look, I barely have time to watch my own content. I certainly, you know, and people write in my comments like, I don't have 5 hours to spend. Can you just do a 1 hour recap? I'm like, have you met me? Have you met me? Like, I can't stop talking. Whimsical and lovely. I think this might be whimsical, but now I'm going to have to look at Amazon. All right. I'll let you know. Hang on. Because I went on Amazon last night. It was $22. And it came like overnight. It was here by like 4 a.m. Let's see what color this is. This is hello. 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 All right. So which one did I purchase? I don't know. I don't even know how to figure it out. Where's the actual order? View order details. Okay. I think the color is First Kiss. That's the one that I got. First Kiss. So this is First Kiss, Wonder Skin. I don't know. So far, so good. And also, it does not have alcohol in it, so it doesn't dry up. It doesn't dry up your lips. I don't think this is backdated because they arrested him around this time, right? So I don't know. I mean, that's a good point. It could be backdated because that's the way they do it there. Well, you know that you're blocked if you can't see your comments or if nobody can see you. I don't know. YouTube, maybe because it was, I can't explain it. I just don't know. Because I really just don't know. A lot of people it's happened to. Oh, you got my first kiss, everyone. Mwah, mwah. They have a color called XO Life on Makeup is here. She tells us everything we need to know about makeup. Maybe we should do like a makeup stream one day. It's a lip stain and it goes on purple. It's weird. Then you wipe it off and it's supposed to stay on all day. I should put it on my Amazon list. Great way to support the channel. I have an Amazon list because people always ask me about makeup and other stuff. And the link to it is in the show notes below. And if you just click on my link, it tells you like all the stuff I recommend. And then you could just you don't have to buy anything that I recommend. Just do like your regular shopping through my link. And somehow at the end of the month, it gives me like $1 credit for Amazon. And it's fantastic. So that's a great way to support the channel. It doesn't cost you any more money. You just shop through my link and buy all the stuff you normally buy on Amazon. And awesome way to support the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. On Monday, October 16th of 2023. Sorry, pop-up ads on the chat is becoming annoying. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you not have YouTube Premium, Lisa? I have no ads popping up. I don't know what you're talking about. Is anybody getting pop-up ads on the chat? No idea. Go Premium. Best $15 a month you'll ever. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, here we go. Monday, October 16th, 2023, at approximately 1 p.m., Lieutenant Fanning and I were able to interview Richard Scandlin, and here's his date of birth, during a pre-scheduled time, which I set up through his attorney, Tim Flaherty. The interview took place at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, located in Canton. Upon their arrival, I directed Mr. Flaherty and Mr. Scandlin to the community room, which is where the meeting was held. Following brief introductions, and that came back to bite them in the ass, the brief introductions thing. We asked Stephen if in or around February of 22, he reached out to Attorney Yannetti over the phone or had visited his law offices as it related to the O'Keefe homicide out in Canton. Out in Canton. Stephen stated that he initially reached out to Karen Reed over Facebook Messenger and told her that he was a private investigator and would be willing to put another set of eyes on the investigation, even mentioning that he would do it free of charge. Karen Reed recommended that Stephen contact her attorney, David Yannetti. Stephen stated that he was not sure of the exact date, but he eventually called Yannetti's office and offered the same services, suggesting that O'Keefe might have been beaten up and that he was not sure what happened, but would be willing to work on the case, obviously only if agreed on by Yannetti and his client, Karen Reed. Following their phone conversation, David Yannetti asked Stephen to come into the office to further discuss the matter, which Stephen did back in early 2022. Wait a second. I thought all the trolls out there were saying that this wasn't true, that Scandlin never called Yannetti. So he did. Stephen went on to say that during his visit to Yannetti's office, there was another individual present during their meeting. Stephen identified the male party as Paul Mikowski, who was also a private investigator in Massachusetts, and the two had crossed paths in the past. During the meeting, Stephen was asked if he knew Colin Albert and an ATF agent, both of whom were allegedly in the home during the evening hours when O'Keefe was killed. According to Stephen, this was the first time he had heard of Colin Albert and an ATF agent being possibly involved in the matter, and both had been mentioned by Mikowski and Yannetti. Why are they keeping Higgins' name out of this report? Why are they keeping Higgins' name out of this report? Why are they naming Colin Albert and not Higgins in October 2023? According to Stephen, this was the first time he had heard of Colin Albert and an ATF agent being possibly involved in the matter, and both had been mentioned by Mikowski and Yannetti. Prior to the meeting concluding, Stephen stated that Yannetti handed him a check for $1,200 to $1,500, well, which was it, and asked him to keep his eyes and ears open in the Canton area in regards to the O'Keefe case. Like a bribe? Are they trying to say it was a bribe? Although Stephen took the check, he consulted with his attorney, Tim Flaherty, and returned it back to Yannetti since he was not working on the case, and he further felt it would be a conflict of interest. Why would it be a conflict of interest? Does he have ties to Colin Albert or their family or Brian Higgins, who remains unnamed in this report? And remember, they're first interviewing Scandlin October of 2023, almost 2 years after he met with Yannetti and reached out to Karen on Facebook Messenger. And by the way, where are those Facebook Messenger messages, huh? Where are those? Remember, this is your report, I know, but they're admitting there's Facebook Messenger messages. Where are they? You had everything else involving Karen Reed. You had her cell phone extraction. You had her nasty voicemails to John O'Keefe. Where are these? Did he come in with them, print it up? Did he show them to you? Where are they? Has anybody seen them? Does anybody know? Disappeared, just gone. In days and weeks following their meeting, Stephen was in communication with an individual named Jack Hollow. Really? You think that was his real name? Mr. Hollow, according to Stephen, is a mutual friend of both Stephen and Mikowski and used to do work with Brian Albert. Okay. Hollow shared information which he had learned from Mikowski. That information being that Yannetti and his team were looking into Colin Albert and the ATF agent since Colin allegedly had beef with O'Keefe. I asked Stephen how come he did not reach out to investigators when he learned this information, to which he stated that everything he had learned was fourth, fifth, or even sixth person removed from the source. Thus, he did not think it was credible or important to reach out to us at that time. Really? Can you imagine Yuri sitting there going, why didn't you reach out to us? At this point, Stephen circled back about an event he had mentioned earlier in our conversation Oh, really? So this isn't a very, do you have a recording of this conversation? Was this recorded at all? Because we know in 2023, they knew how to record conversations. They did it on Brian Walsh. Every single statement Brian Walsh gave the police was recorded. Every single witness, I think, was also recorded. Kate said she made up the beef. Right, the days and weeks following their meeting. But Kate didn't make up the beef until Aidan started covering the story, which would have been after April of 2023. I think it was like around May of 2023. This is October 2023. Stephen had told us that he was at Patty's Irish House in Newton. All right. Shout out to Patty's Irish House in Newton for lunch one of the days following the homicide taking place, and the local news was broadcasting coverage on the case. He sparked up a conversation on the matter with the bartender, who told him that she lives in the neighborhood where O'Keefe was found, and that days following the investigation, she received a call from an unknown party telling her that the police were looking for ring camera footage and not to release it to the authorities. I'm sorry, what? Stephen didn't know the bartender and only provided a physical description of the female and her approximate age being in the 30s. Stephen told us that he also shared this information with Mikowski and Yannetti during their meeting as well. Did anybody ever go look for the bartender at Patty's Irish House in Newton? This bartender told Scandlin she lives in the neighborhood of John O'Keefe. She received a call from an unknown individual who told her the police are looking for ring camera footage and not to release it to the authorities. What? None of this came into Karen Reed's trial, because who knows what happened to some of those sidebars that are still sealed up like Fort Knox. Scandlin, maybe somebody got to him. He wouldn't testify. He was on the witness list. Did anybody ever find this bartender? Stephen once again reiterated that he told Yannetti and Mikowski that his opinion and theory was that O'Keefe looked like he could have been beat up, but he had no personal knowledge of what actually happened or who could have been involved in the matter. The name Colin Albert and the ATF agent were mentioned by Yannetti and Mikowski in the meeting, and not Stephen. We asked, when was the last time he spoke to Brian Albert, since the two used to work together? Stephen told us that he last spoke to Brian in April of this year, meaning April of 2023, and that he considers Brian Albert a friend. Well, if he considers Brian Albert a friend, why the hell would he go to Yannetti's office to offer to help Karen Reed defend the murder charges that she was brought up on for a car accident? If he was friends with, he considers Brian Albert a friend, I don't think we need to go any further here. I think we know exactly what happened. April 2023, when the feds talked to Colin and Jen McCabe. Thank you, Kate. That's the last time Stephen Scandlin talked to Brian Albert. Wow. Wow. We're going to start collecting comments again for another giveaway. Any comment will do. We're going to give away some more merch. Oops. I just yeeted everything off my screen. What did I just do? If I go off screen, you know what happens. It's Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard. Any comment will do. This time, we're going to auction off what should we often auction off this time? How about, since we're going into winter, we will, we're going to auction off a long sleeve t-shirt this time. It's a long sleeve t-shirt. It's men's sizing. It comes in many, many colors. Let's take a look. And the long sleeve t-shirt says, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little on the front. It comes in this nice blue. Thank you, Kate. It also comes in this orange color. That's fun. It comes in black, and it comes in powder blue and Carolina blue. And that's the front. All right, so long sleeve tee. All right, so Rocky Bullwinkle, you won the hat. And this is a long sleeve tee. You too can go to Cancun, at least in your dreams. Unless you want to come to Dave Matthews. It's in January. Go on Dave Matthews Warehouse website and figure out how to buy a package. It's pretty awesome. It's 3 concerts on the beach in the sand. Ain't no place I'd rather be. It's so damn lucky. If you like Dave Matthews, then you can really come to Cancun with me. Okay, here we go. So he considers Brian Albert a friend. He told us he knows both Brian and his wife. You know, his wife is. He has also met Chris Albert and Kevin Albert at Brian's house years prior. He knew them all. Somebody got to him. It's clear what happened here. Stephen estimated it to be around 1998 to 2001, during the time when Brian was in a bad car crash and Stephen would stop by the house to check in on Brian. Oh, wow. So Stephen Scandlin has known Brian Albert since 1998. I'm sure many of you knew this already. I did not know this. Free Turtleboy is right. Stephen was asked if he had ever had a phone conversation with Aidan Kearney and whether or not the conversation was recorded by either of them. And if so, was Stephen advised by Kearney about the recording? They wanted more charges on Aidan. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state, so you're not allowed to record someone else without their permission or without telling them that you're recording. Stephen stated that in approximately June of 2023, he spoke with Turtleboy following a Saturday Night Live show, and that Aidan Kearney does on YouTube. The following morning, Sunday, after the show, during the episode where Kearney mentioned Stephen by name and his alleged connection to the case, Stephen woke up to a Facebook message from Aidan stating something along the lines of TikTok, something along the lines of. Remember, Tully is reading this police report to the grand jury. And these charges have nothing to do with what they are charged with indicting him on. The witness intimidation of Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan. And remember also, Yuri Buchanan is the one interviewing Scandlin. Something along the lines of TikTok, TikTok, you should call me. You shouldn't be scared of Brian Albert. You should be scared of me. What is that? What do you think that makes the grand jurors think? Oh, Aidan Kearney likes to intimidate witnesses because he called up Scandlin, according to this hearsay police report. This is insane. I'm just a normal mom. I'm just a normal mom. Now that is witness intimidation. That's what he says. TikTok, TikTok. Stephen, where's the message? Where's the fake? Did you get any proof? Yuri, did you ask for receipts? Stephen told us he asked Kearney for his number and called him. So Scandlin says, give me your number, Turtle. Listen, Turtle, give me your number. Prior to talking with Kearney, Stephen told us he stated Before he speaks to you any further, is this being recorded? To which Kearney stated, absolutely not. That would be illegal. During their conversation, Stephen told Aidan that he did not know Colin or the ATF agent in question, and he didn't know anything about the case. Aidan told Stephen that he was not talking to the defense, but to close friends of Karen's, and that is where he's getting his information. Right, Natalie the German. Stephen told us that he suspected that Yannetti was feeding Aidan his information on the case and the investigation. Stephen recalled sitting on the beach during the summer of 2023 when a friend of his, quote, Irish Ray, that's his friend, who is also a retired private investigator, contacted Stephen and told him that a recording of Aidan and Stephen's conversation was shared online by Aidan. This was the same conversation that Aidan assured Stephen was not being recorded. Stephen went on saying how upset he was about Aidan recording him without his consent, especially after promising him he would not do such a thing. Irish Ray. I mean, come on, could you make this up? Especially after promising him he would not do such a thing. Stephen had to fight back tears. Oh my God. Scandlin, a private investigator, friends with Brian Albert since at least 1998, was fighting back tears as he was talking to Yuri Buchanan and Tully. Are you kidding me? Stephen had to fight back tears as he told us how upsetting it was to have Aidan drag his daughter into this mess as well. Well, we didn't hear anything about that in this report. Stephen told us that Aidan told him to call a 401 area code number that Sunday morning, which is the line that their conversation was held on and at the same time recorded. We were further told by Stephen that Gretchen Voss of the Boston Magazine publication reached out to him for comment on a story that she published, but he never returned her calls. Stephen once again told us that his theory was all based on his opinion and the media reports, and that he himself had no personal knowledge of the O'Keefe incident. The media reports said that there was ring camera footage of the incident of Karen hitting John with her car. Additionally, Stephen never spoke to anyone involved in the case, so he would not have any insider information either. I'm sorry, didn't you say that he just spoke to Brian Albert in April? Oh my God, you're right. He knew the word theory. Look, he says theory right here. He knew what the word theory meant. Remember he asked for a dictionary? English is my third language. Can you get up a dictionary and look up the word theory, Mr. Jackson? He used the word theory. 30 to 50 people for a conspiracy. How many more now? Adding Irish Ray. Thank you, DNA. Adding Irish Ray. At this point, Stephen's attorney, Mr. Flaherty, jumped in and stated that as a result of Aidan's blogs and YouTube live shows, there has been a significant impact on Stephen and his livelihood due to the publicity generated by Aidan. Stephen is losing work as a result, and it's impacting his reputation in the professional field and on personal levels. Without having anything further to add, we thanked both Stephen and Mr. Flaherty for their time and concluded the interview. XOXO, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, Norfolk District Attorney's Office, badge number 3543, MSP. XOXO. I mean, he was in tears. Who got to him? October 16th, 2023, before Karen's first trial. Did they ever turn this over in the Karen Reed case? Because they did talk about the Karen Reed case. So it should have been turned over. I don't know if it was, because I don't remember seeing this in any of the Karen Reed discovery. Do you? Do you remember? Did he get a gift too? I have so many questions. Irish Ray has the face of Irish poverty too, says Tony. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, you can't make it up, right? I mean, this Aidan's whatever deal he has with whatever production company is like, they don't even need to hire writers. This thing writes itself. I mean, who's going to play Yuri Buchanan? This thing writes itself. But if you tried to write this and you tried to pitch it as a pilot, the network would laugh at you. The executives would laugh you right out of the office because they'd be like, that's too unbelievable. No one's going to believe it. That's ridiculous. I mean, if you didn't think he was set up before, what do you think now? Thank you, Lynn, for thanking me for deep diving and for being here for 13 months. You're awesome. Hemplan, Texas says, cupcake freedom fighters. I like that idea for merch. Thank you for your super chat. Megan says, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. XOXO. Melanie Little. Oh, I like that. That's good. I did start, like, I mocked up a stay cool, stay kind, stay classy logo, but I didn't really like it so much. But that would be cool because then I didn't know how to work my name into it. But I like that. Thanks, Megan. Thanks for your 5. Sweet Caroline says, merch. Hey, Bev, hold my white claw. Thanks, Sweet Caroline, for your 10. New Hampshire woman. Thank you for your peace, love, and cupcakes. Emoji, New Hampshire woman. Legal onlooker that says Hank Brennan because it was primarily a defense of the McAlberts. Yeah, love listening. Free Kelsey, free Kelsey. I know. I don't know if Kelsey's hearing on Tuesday is going to happen, but we're going to stay tuned. But I know that a lot of people wanted to go to the probate court to support outside the courthouse, so we're going to have to stay tuned to see if it is going to happen. But I don't know if it will. They may need more time because of those papers that Justin has filed wanting a lien on all of the proceeds of her house that is for sale because he thinks that he should be entitled to, there's been I just can't get sidetracked on that because it makes me so mad. Laura says, stay kind, stay cool, stay classy. It's such a little capital L thing to do. Also, always carry a tune for the moments that matter. Oh, I like that, Laura. Thanks for your 5. And the Tom Gully Show says, merch, Melanie Little read my super chat. That's awesome. I know, and it's funny because we're like, you only put super chats on the screen. I'm like, no, that's not true. I put all comments on the screen. If I see a funny comment go by, the best way to get your comment up on the screen is to make me laugh. All right. So I didn't tell you, but I've been collecting comments. Any comment will do. Oh no, I think I did tell you. Okay, we're gonna do another drawing. We're doing another drawing now. Thank you, Tom Gully Show. And then the Traveler says, I'm late. I saw your Cancun shirt at a Metallica concert in Nashville. What? Really? That's awesome. That's so cool. Somebody likes me and Metallica. That's fantastic. Thanks for your 5. Mama Bess says maybe Cupcake Invasion or we're so collaborative here. Thank you, Mama Bess. Laura Riker, family friendly edits by Melanie Little. Oh, Laura, you're on fire today. Thanks, girl. And Josh says, wait, Scandlin offered his services, received payment, then figured out he had a conflict of interest. Make that make sense. Yeah. He should have known from day one that it was Brian Albert's house and that Brian Albert had been his friend since 1998. It makes no sense at all. Something happened. Maybe one day it'll be discovered. I don't know. Good morning from the hot desert of Vegas. Oh, I love Vegas. He says, I hate the cigarette smoke. And every time I go to Vegas, I get overwhelmed with cigarette smoke in every single casino, and it makes me sick. I hate it. I hate cigar smoke more, but I hate cigarette smoke so much. My hair, you can't get it out of your hair, your clothes, everything. But if Dead and Company go back to the Sphere, yes, I will go back. All right, hang on. Let's do the drawing. I'm gonna do the drawing now. Here we go. Gonna put it up on the screen. You got a pretty good chance of winning. Only 640 entries, 641. Any comment in the chat will do. Okay, ready? But if you put in more than one, I think it only counts you once. All right. No Love for the Traveling Trooper says, I am convinced that these papers will lead to the killer. David Reese says, Irish Ray and the Sunshine. Well done. Well played, David Reese. Grandma Law Nerd says, thanks so much for covering the motion this way. Greatly appreciate it. I don't care how many episodes it takes. We're going to keep doing it because you know what? The girl didn't take a plea and it did turn into an episode. And we're going to make it into a whole series and it writes itself. Thank you for your 5. DK says, thanks for your time breaking this down for us and explaining it in a way I understand. You had me at Costner. That was my first. Yeah, they're going up. We're at 702, 703. All right. I know those were the first shows I ever did. My first YouTube lives were on Kevin Costner's divorce. Wasn't that fun, DK? 23 months. You're an OG. I love you with all of my heart. Hey, it's May. Says I'm feeling icky. The stream helps so much. Good. Keep the faith. Maybe not in the justice system for Massachusetts, but we love you. Laura says maybe Scandlin was trying to be a mole. Why? No? Could be. See what they know. Maybe. Ms. Holmes says, I'm pretty sure Turtleboy played a conversation he and Steve Scandlin had where Scandlin says he heard of John beaten up and deleted at Albert's from Turtleboy. Turtleboy called Steven Scandlin out on that lie. Right. But what else is important here is that they didn't even try. I think they didn't even try to charge him or to convict him on the wiretapping. Right. They didn't try to indict him on the wiretapping. All right, here we go. Ready, set, go. Now remember, if you win, you have to email me your address so that I can send you your t-shirt, and also tell me the color and the size that you want. Do, 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 do. Ah! The winner, chicken dinner, Ms. Sagittarius 61, Ms. Sagittarius 61. You are the lucky winner of a long sleeve t-shirt that says, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. You and only you, because I already got an email from Rocky Bullwinkle, the first winner. You and only you. Please email me your selection of color and size of t-shirt and your address that I can have it shipped to you. And for those of you who are not winning yet, you can be winning. Watch the Charlie Sheen documentary. The merch link is pinned in the chat. I'm going to offload the Free Karen Read merch because we use the proceeds to feed the team. So it's your last chance if you want any of the Free Karen Read merch to get it. And it's 20% off for the next 2 days. Take advantage of the sale. Make sure you click the coupon at the top of the website. Okay. Back to the papers. So that's the police report. I've never seen it before. Oh, Dave Matthews' neighbor. I mean, all right, Dave Matthews' neighbor, are you still Dave Matthews' neighbor? Send me an email. If you're still Dave Matthews' neighbor and you see Dave ever, I will send you a hoodie to wear to explain to Dave the lore behind the shirt, because that would be awesome. Don't worry, we'll do another giveaway before the day's over. We will. No love for the traveling troopers. It's so much fun today. Thank you, Melanie. So back to the papers. All of the evidence Mr. Melo presented on November 28th, 2023 related to the grand jury to indict Aidan Kearney related to the uncharged allegation of Mr. Kearney illegally recording a phone call with Scandlin. The evidence presented in support of the uncharged allegation of wiretapping consisted of the partial recording Ms. Peters sent to Tully and testimony from Mr. Scandlin. Oh, so Kate Peter sent a partial recording of the Scandlin phone call that she probably took off of Aidan's stream and sent it to Tully. And then he read that police report that we just read into evidence. The quote, illegal recording played before the grand jury didn't start recording until 1:09 into the call between Kearney and Scandlin. Oh, wow. So they played the recording also for the jury and read the police report, both. It's like a double wham. Double whammy. Wait, hang on. Dave Matthews' neighbor is texting me. Hold on. Well, not texting me. He's chatting. He or she. I don't know if it's a he or she. Stop it. Stop it. He says, we talk about it. He's seen you while I've been watching. Stop it. Does he know that I'm coming to Cancun again? Okay. Who thinks that Dave Matthews' neighbor should make Melanie Little's dream come true? Who thinks? I do. email me. I will send you a hoodie for you and Dave. I will send Dave, he wears black all the time. He wears black t-shirts on stage. I will send him a black long sleeve tee, and I will send you your choice of merch because I will be in Cancun and it is my time. It's my time. I'm in the selfie. I have a big thing. I'll show it to you. The selfie, his crowd selfie at Jones Beach. I'm right there in the front. I was on the rail at the Forum. Look, the poster is behind me. I was at the rail on the Forum. He was looking at me. He spit at me before. He has sung to me. And you know that because I have posted videos of it. And I said, isn't he really looking at me? And you guys are like, yeah, he's absolutely looking at you. But I can't play him on YouTube because I would get stricken. I would get stricken. Mel the Dreamcatcher. I've never met him. No, I've never met him. All right, Dave Matthews' neighbor, you and me, we got to chat. There's a lot of things we need to do. He spit at me. He spit at you, Carla? Bob Weir has spit on me many times. I mean, I'll be honest. When I was in college, I wanted to have Bob Weir's children. I had been invited one time to a party they had after a show in the 80s at a hotel. Spent a lot of time with Bob Weir. It's a good example of don't meet your heroes. That was back when Bobby had long hair and he wore the cutoff shorts. We called him jorts. And he was really hot and he was a runner. He was into exercise. There's a whole story behind that. And ironically, Bob Weir wound up marrying a woman younger than I am. And he's married to her still, Natasha. And I hope he really is his neighbor. I know, right? I hope Dave's neighbor isn't fake. So I've met Bob Weir several times because I've done other meet and greets because I also did pro bono work for Headcount, which is an organization that signs up people to vote at concerts. And Dead and Company and further in all of the previous iterations of the Grateful Dead, Bob Weir was on the board for Headcount. And so I would do pro bono work for them and donate lots of money to Headcount. And I would go to shows and a meet and greet with Bob Weir. And I've met him many times. I also met Jerry Garcia in an elevator one time. I think it was in Hartford. I want to say it was in the late 80s. That was a happy accident. But no, I've never met Dave Matthews, although we're in a selfie together. And I mean, come on. Right? Emily says that would be quite the long game of Dave's neighbor to get a free sweatshirt. So they earned it either way. Someone changed their name to fake Dave Matthews' neighbor. Good going. All right, we're going to start. We're going to do another drawing. We're going to do another drawing because I've been inspired, but not right now, in a few minutes. All right, here we go. So they played the recording, but they didn't start it until 1 minute and 9 seconds because you know what? Kate Peter edited it. She's editing the evidence for the Norfolk County DA's office. Mr. Scandlin claimed that during the non-recorded portion of the audio played before the grand jury, Mr. Kearney told him that he wouldn't record their conversation. Of course, that part was not included in the recording. Mr. Melo didn't authenticate or otherwise demonstrate the reliability of the partial recording provided to him by Ms. Peter. Mr. Melo didn't instruct the grand jury about the purported relevance of the wiretapping evidence. Mr. Melo didn't instruct the grand jury to disregard any bad act evidence or instruct the grand jury about the wiretapping evidence when considering the charges presented for its deliberation. What Mr. Melo did do was instruct D.L. Tully to read to the grand jury the text of the wiretapping statute. What? Including its possible punishment of 5 years imprisonment. Okay, so he read the statute to the grand jury, even though Aidan Kearney was not being charged with wiretapping. Guys, there are no words for me to explain to you how out of bounds this is. There are no words. There are no words. At the conclusion of the November 28th, 2023, highly prejudicial. I mean, it's beyond. At the conclusion of the November 28, 2023 session, Mr. Melo informed the grand jury that this case involved a violation of Massachusetts General Law, Section 27299, after which he summarized the definition of wiretapping, which meant the grand jury had heard it twice that day. After November 28, 2023, Mr. Melo never referred to the wiretapping allegation again in the grand jury proceeding. Plot twist, says Carol, and wouldn't that be so damn lucky? Carol, Dave Matthews' neighbor is really Dave Matthews. That would be a plot twist. And look, I have my fire dancer earrings on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, and the necklace too. Wait, I have a necklace on too. All this jewelry. Many people ask, where do you get that? There's a man named Javier. He's a local artisan in Cancun. Every year he makes different. You notice some days I have different earrings similar to this, what different design. Every year for Cancun, Javier makes new jewelry for the shows. Also, a lot of other great shows come to that same resort. They have like a Crash My Playa, which is like a country music thing. They used to have Hootie Fest. I don't know if they do Hootie Fest anymore. And the Dead used to do it, but the Dead has not announced it yet. Or just Bob Weir and friends, because John Mayer was like, yeah, I'm not going to Mexico. We love Tim Reynolds too, yeah. I don't think he has an online shop. You know why? Tariffs and everything else. I don't think he can even ship to the US. But, you know, maybe before I go to Cancun, if you want some earrings, maybe I can pick them up for you. But it's not going to be until January. So don't ask me now. Ask me later. And you could like Venmo me or whatever. I think these are like, I don't know, $75 or whatever they are. It's the best money I ever spent. Because I wear them every single day. And you know, if you watch me, you know. All right, here we go. Hold on. The coupon is at the top of the page. It says 20% off, and then you just click on redeem. It's at the top of the landing page for the merch. Thanks for asking. Okay. Yeah, Dave's wife is amazing. Libra in Seattle says, I've seen Dave Matthews one time. It was 2012 at the Paramount Theater. It was a fun night. Dave Matthews is married to his college sweetheart. She's a doctor. She's lovely. My sister went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony when Dave Matthews was honored recently. And my sister was there. My sister and Julia Roberts was there. Julia Roberts is a huge fan. She's known them since like college, since like I've been following Dave since like 90s. And she had that t-shirt on that says Dave, Dave, Dave and a blue blazer. And that's my go-to outfit now when I go to a show because Julia Roberts wore it. I know. All right. Moving on. September 11th, 2025. I'm sorry, September 11th, 2025. Now we're back in real time. I was informed by Mr. Cosgrove, I meaning Mr. Betterow, because this is written in his voice, that Mr. Melo decided not to proceed with a request for the grand jury to indict Mr. Kearney for allegedly wiretapping Mr. Scandlin. Wow. So that was the first time ever, September 11th of 2025. On information and belief, if Mr. Melo decided not to seek a wiretapping indictment after November 28th of 2023, then he realized that the audio recording Ms. Peter gave Tully wasn't reliable evidence. Wow. There were no other logical reasons for Mr. Melo to call 3 witnesses, introduce the recording, and introduce a hearsay report in support of a wiretapping indictment and not seek an indictment unless A, he realized that the evidence wasn't reliable, or B, he offered the evidence exclusively for the purpose of prejudicing Mr. Kearney before the grand jury deliberated on the submitted charges. Pick one. Neither one is a good option. As the legal advisor to the grand jury, Mr. Melo knew or should have known that he should have decided not to proceed with seeking an indictment for a serious crime before he severely prejudiced Mr. Kearney by calling witnesses, playing a recording, and twice instructing the grand jury on the elements of, and once on the punishment associated with the uncharged wiretapping allegation. You guys, this is so prejudicial. So prejudicial. Do you think Doolin will see it? I know. Chasing Dream says, Doolin better do the right thing and throw this out. All right, we're going to do another giveaway. All right, we're going to do another giveaway. This time, we're going to try it again. If it starts blocking, I mean, if it starts like trying to hide the comments, Scott, we will abort and do it again. But in order to win this time, you need to put Dave in the chat. Dave, D-A-V-E, Dave, all small letters, Dave. If you want to win, wait, hold on. I'll tell you what we're going to win. I guess you don't care what we're going to win, but you're going to win a hoodie. This time we're going for the hoodie. We're going big. We're going big on this one, you guys. Dave, put Dave in the chat. Let's see which hoodie. Hang on. Oh, we'll do this one because I really like it. Okay, you know what? You can do your choice. This is a really good sweatshirt. This is the one that I want to give away. So it's going to have the same. Put Dave in the chat, but you have to be willing to send me your address only if you win. Only if you win. All right, I love this sweatshirt. I have it myself. This is an oversized hooded sweatshirt. It comes in blue. It comes in this sand color. I have both. And it comes in black. It's oversized. It's super soft. It's really cozy for winter. And again, has the I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little on the front. So you too can get a hoodie. That hoodie. So it's the oversized hooded sweatshirt. Just put Dave in the chat. That's all you got to do. All right. And again, look, it's only $40. It's $40, but you get 20% off. So when you put it in your cart, you get 20% off of the 40. You just got to click this coupon up here that says 20% off everything. If you're going to decide to buy some merch, the link is also pinned in the chat. So you too can really come with me to Cancun. Okay, we got 555 entries so far. Let's go back to the papers and let you guys a little more time. Just put Dave in the chat. Show your love for Dave. Any Dave bashing will not be permitted here. It will not. Music. Soothes the soul. All right. As the legal advisor of the grand jury, Mr. Melo knew or should have known that if he decided not to seek Mr. Kearney's indictment for wiretapping after he presented voluminous evidence in support of that uncharged crime, at a minimum, he was obligated to instruct the grand jury that A, it must disregard all evidence in support of that uncharged bad act. B, it may not consider that evidence as proof of Mr. Kearney's bad character. And C, it must disregard all legal instructions provided about the charge, including any possible prison sentence. And D, it may not consider any of the evidence presented on November 28th, 2023 in considering the submitted charges. Mr. Melo did not provide any of these instructions. Oh, Melo Yellow, you got some splaining to do. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering why everyone is writing Dave in the chat, it is not only to encourage Dave Matthews' neighbor to set up a meet and greet, it is also because I am giving away a hoodie for everyone who wants to enter and just puts Dave in the chat. And the hoodie says, I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. And that rumor was started by some of the Twitiots all the way back in, I don't know, early 2024. After the 2024 Dave shows in Cancun, when I said Alan Jackson had a bracelet on that looked like something I got at the Dave Matthews shows in Cancun. And then it turned into a rumor that Melanie Little was with Alan Jackson in Cancun. And Grant Smith Ellis, who's actually supposed to be deposed on September 30th, chased after Alan Jackson, one of the greatest trial lawyers in history, in our country, in our time, chased after him and said, did you have fun in Mexico with Melanie Little? And shoved the mic in his face, or not the mic, his I don't know, his flip phone, and then chased him up the courthouse steps again. And once again, it's on tape somewhere. We have video of it. Said, Alan Jackson, did you have fun in Cancun? I don't even think he said Cancun. Fun in Mexico with Melanie Little. Alan Jackson probably at that time didn't even know who I was. And so the lore is I made sweatshirts, and I hope that somebody. Okay, good. So we're 2 for 2. Ms. Sagittarius 61 sent me her info. I hope that somebody at Grant Smith Ellis's deposition will ask him about that. Who gave him that information? Where did he get that from? But you know, we make merch. That's the lore behind that. Goes all the way back to 2020. That's why it says established 2024 on the logo. Got 700 entries already. Doing good. You guys are doing good. Without more, Mr. Melo's presentation of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence of an uncharged bad act that bore no relationship to the charges before the grand jury impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceeding. See Commonwealth v. Brown, which is a case that we could click on, but we don't do case law here. Not for this. What we do here is videos and screenshots. I'm going to take Bettero's word for it. That Commonwealth v. Brown stands for exactly this. Intentional admission of prior bad acts without curative instruction may impair the integrity of a grand jury proceeding. Most of the evidence Mr. Melo offered in support of charges that he actually presented for the grand jury's consideration consisted of what he and Tully knew were cherry-picked, out-of-context snippets from Mr. Kearney's online content. The critical issue for the grand jury's determination regarding the witness intimidation charges was Mr. Kearney's intent. Mr. Melo improperly expressed his unsworn opinion that Mr. Kearney intended to intimidate witnesses. Melo said that. Melo said, I believe that it was Kearney's intention to intimidate witnesses. Mr. Melo improperly elicited D.L. Tully's opinion that Mr. Kearney intended to, right, I just read that. Duh. Mr. Melo improperly elicited from Ms. McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Ms. Nagel their opinions of Mr. Kearney's intent. Oh, that's also irrelevant. Their opinions of his intent is irrelevant. But now we know that not only Tully testified in the grand jury against Aidan, but also Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Juliana Nagel all testified as well. And I do not think we will ever get to see that grand jury transcript, because grand jury transcripts are historically never available to the public because it's supposed to be a secret proceeding. Mr. Melo and Tully deliberately misled the grand jury by giving it the false impression that Mr. Kearney named his episodes in a manner suggestive of his intent to intimidate witnesses. Okay, let me just correct something that I said earlier. Earlier, I said that Tully was the only witness. And I don't remember if I said it was to indict Aidan for these witness intimidation charges. But if I did say that, what I meant was Tully was the only witness for the grand jury to try to indict the ham sandwich of Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney in conspiracy to commit witness charges, which was convened in February 2024, I believe. Okay, so obviously there were other witnesses at this grand jury, including not just Tully, but also Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel, and probably others, because there were charges against everyone. 14 times during the grand jury proceeding, Tully improperly testified that the grand jury exhibits were maintained in a folder titled Intent. Well, it's a little prejudicial, don't you think? I can't click on that because it's sealed. Mr. Melo and Tully concealed from the grand jury that Tully, not Mr. Kearney, created and named the intent folder, and that Tully, not Kearney, renamed the clips that Tully edited from Mr. Kearney's actual episodes, taking us to the affidavit of Courtney Healy, which we've already read. Mr. Melo neither instructed the grand jury to disregard Tully's repeated reference to retrieving videos from the intent folder names, nor told Mr. Kearney renamed the clips. Wait a second, hold on a second. 238, I'm on 238, okay. That's why I'm reading this wrong. Okay. Mr. Mello neither instructed the grand jury to disregard D.L. Tully's repeated reference to retrieving videos from the intent folder names, nor told the grand jury that it was the exclusive fact finder on the question of Mr. Kearney's intent. Right. Okay. So the grand jury is supposed to be told, you are the fact finder here. You decide what his intent was. My opinion is not evidence. Any of the witnesses' opinions are not evidence. You are the finder of fact here. And of course, Mello never did that, because why would he? All they wanted to do was put the turtle in jail. You can keep putting Dave in the chat if you haven't done so already, because we haven't drawn the winner yet. We'll probably do it at the end of the stream. So you got to hang around and see if you win. After being peppered with improper opinions that Mr. Kearney intended to intimidate witnesses, the grand jury was left to speculate and likely incorrectly believe that Mr. Kearney, not Tully, created the intent folder. If the grand jury knew that the intent folder, the episode names described to it, and the edited clips that became the grand jury exhibits all were created by D.L. Tully instead of Mr. Kearney, the probable impact of such evidence would have been substantially less. I mean, I have to agree with that. Do you? Either way, by repeatedly encouraging D.L. Tully to testify that the edited videos offered to prove Mr. Kearney's intent were maintained in a folder named Intent, Mr. Mello intentionally and improperly bolstered the distorted evidence because Tully's testimony was tantamount to additional expressions of Mr. Mello's and D.L. Tully's opinion that Mr. Kearney was to intimidate witnesses. Mr. Mello and D.L. Tully further deceived the grand jury by playing edits of Mr. Kearney's lengthy episodes and then depriving the grand jury from the complete and accurate context contained in his actual episodes. This sleight of hand dramatically misrepresented the context of the episodes and their names and deprived the grand jury of the right to the complete statements made by Mr. Kearney. See Commonwealth v. Mayfield, failure to disclose known information may impair the grand jury proceeding. Odell, prosecution's introduction of inculpatory portion of statement distorted by the intentional failure to include exculpatory portion of statement impaired grand jury proceeding and required dismissal of indictment. The cumulative impact of Mr. Mello's concealment of the actual titles, length, and full content of Mr. Kearney's episodes deliberately kept the grand jury ignorant of the truth. Mr. Kearney's mostly hours-long episodes were dedicated to subjects far different than the edits and names Ms. Peter provided to Mr. Mello and Tully, and included elements of comedy and satire. Footnote 19, which says, in Mr. Melly's and Tully's scheme to mislead the jury, the grand jury, with evidence, in quotes, that Mr. Kearney's episode names were indicative of his criminal intent, even misled this court and Mr. Cosgrove. In sustaining a number of the witnesses' intimidation counts, this court, in its May 19th, 2025 decision, and Judge Doolin, if you don't remember that decision, we've linked it for you so you can get right back to it. I did a whole show on that decision. It's like 36 pages long. All right, everyone, if you're tuning in now and you want to win a hoodie that says I went to Cancun with Melanie Little, just write the name Dave in the chat. But you got to be willing to send me your address only if you win. The court, in its decision, understandably referenced the episodes by the false names provided to Mr. Mello and Tully in a manner suggesting it believed the names were created by Kearney and were relevant to its decision. Oh, if you didn't think the judge was going to be pissed off, now he's really going to be pissed off, because now you've misled not just the grand jury, now you've misled the judge. And now the judge, in his decision, which is a matter of public record, was also duped. Wow. In a July 29th, 2025 filing, Mr. Cosgrove, also apparently unaware that Mr. Melo and Tully distorted the evidence. Also apparent, in reference to Mr. Kearney's intent, cited the aptly, he says, quote, aptly titled episode 616, trying to destroy Colin's life, when in fact, that episode is named Karen Reed Case. Commonwealth tells more lies about John O'Keefe's GPS data. Okay, if you already wrote Dave in the chat once, you can go back to regular chatting because you'll still be entered and we'll just do the drawing at the end of the stream. Okay. As detailed in the following chart, the Commonwealth engaged in pervasive misconduct by repeatedly misleading the grand jury about Mr. Kearney's episodes. Now, we're going to the previous document that was linked. It is linked. It is Commonwealth's opposition to Aidan Kearney's motion to release case documents from impoundment. It's 11 pages long. We have done a whole stream on that, so we don't need to look at that again. You can go back and look at that stream, and in the show notes below, there's a note that says to catch up on Aidan's case here, and then you can link on that hyperlink and then go to the entire playlist for Aidan's case that we have on this channel. And there's a lot, we've got a lot of shows on Aidan's case. Let me see how many are we up to now? A lot. 25 episodes. I guess this will be number 26. I may have spent more hours on Aidan Kearney's case than Ken Melo did. Because it's not just the time that I'm on the air. Thanks for reminding me to hydrate. It's not just the time on the air. You know, there's prep that goes into this too. I mean, it made it look easy, but it's fun. Oh, the Amazon link is also in the show notes below the video. It says something like, so many people have asked me about my makeup or whatever that I made an Amazon list. You got to read through the show notes. There's a link in there somewhere. You might have to close out the chat to do it. Hang on while I unblock Shari, because Shari, if you're blocked, you can't enter to win the Dave thing. Hang on. I don't know. I got to get a meeting with YouTube and I got to tell them, I got to ask them why this is happening, because I'm not hiding anyone. And I don't know why, if they have bots doing this, like, I don't know. Oops. Okay, Shari, you are all set. You are all set. Oh, that's so cute, Hallie. Amora Valesi. Amora Valesi. I don't know if you want me to show this on stream or not, but she said she had t-shirts made up for her elementary school teaching team and that everyone is crazy about them. And she says, I gave you credit to you and your show. My students had a conversation about what it means to be classy, and I think it will come up as a great behavior reminder. Oh, I love that, Amora Valesi. And she says, a question from one of my fourth graders came up when we discussed the diacritical mark, the brev, in the context of short vowels. And then the group had to know why lawyers' writings are called briefs if they are actually not short. That's a great point. Why are lawyers called lawyers instead of waiters when all they do is wait around in court all day, waiting. And she made t-shirts that say, be cool, be kind, be classy. Pink, light blue, pink, white. And then it says, be cool, period, in like Tiffany blue. Be kind in pink with a period. Be classy in white with a period. And then it says, teach with a period, and glitter gold glitter letters. So Amora Valesi, you're amazing. That's amazing. Good. It's never too early for the elementary school kids to start learning about the justice system and what is going on out here. And look, Ice Latte Addict says, long-time watcher, first-time chatter. Thank you. I remember that from the old radio shows. Long-time listener, first-time caller, when we used to have to call in to be the 10th caller, to win tickets to whatever they were giving away. All right. Thank you, Kelly Applegate, for your super nice Venmo. I'm watching on my TV, so I can't chat, but I'm here with my fellow cupcakes. Kelly Applegate is awesome. She sends me all kinds of interesting information. I don't know. Sherilyn, hold on. Sherilyn, you are all set. And that's the thing. The YouTube algorithm is blocking members, like people who pay for a monthly membership. That's insane. And that should not be allowed to happen. And YouTube, I don't know. Well, they're not going to take a meeting with me. You know who they will? They meet with Emily Baker all the time. Maybe she can bring it up with them. She does a lot of things with YouTube, and she does a lot of YouTube, like, I don't know if she's like on a committee or something. Like, I'm not really sure. Maybe she's almost at 1 million subs. They should listen to everything Emily Baker has to say. I'm a big fan of Emily Baker, and Emily Baker is also a big fan of Dave Matthews. So we're kind of related. I've never run into her at a show, but if I did, that would be awesome. Sassy Unicorn, thank you for buying me matcha latte. And again, if you want to be in the giveaway for the sweatshirt, just put Dave in the chat. And Philip, thank you, says I have. Oh. Oh, okay, Phil. Phil, tell me your story. Thank you for your Venmo. He says he got a touching Dave Matthews story, so that's really sweet. Hang on 1 second. All right, here's the chart. Here's the chart that everybody's talking about. Here it is. So I'm going to leave this up. I don't know if I have to read the whole entire thing, because I think Aidan did read the whole entire thing on his show. But suffice to say, there are 28 episodes that were presented to the grand jury of Aidan Kearney's YouTube presentations. And that, for example, episode 594, which Tully retitled McCabe Residence. The actual title is Turtleboy returns to Canton, door knocking, grilling public officials, cops called on me. Then, of course, because Olivia's amazing, there's a hyperlink to that exact episode. So the judge can verify for himself that the episode titles were changed. I mean, you can't have better proof than this. You just can't. And it's all right there. He doesn't have to flip to the back to look at exhibits. He doesn't have to, it's all right there. It's foolproof. Episode 585, Tully says it's called Confronting McCabe's Outside Norfolk Superior. Well, what does that sound like to you? Does that sound like he's intending to confront the McCabe's outside the courthouse to intimidate them? No, that's not the title of the show. The title is McCabe's Want to Kill Me. Sean McCabe isn't happy. Karen Reed speaks out. Episode 619 is not called Need to Go to McCabe's Soccer Game Again. It's called Karen Reed Case. Where is Michael Proctor? I don't care how much you, probably not you, probably not any of you, hate Aidan Kearney. What happened here is a travesty of justice. It just is. It just is. Just is. Just us. Just is. There's got to be a play on words somewhere. Justice. Just is. Okay. Episode 623. Tully says it's called Jen McCabe. It's not. It's titled Karen Reed Case, breaking down the fraudulent charging documents on Turtleboy. Episode 595 is not called Can Kick Colin Albert's Ass. No, it's called Kendra Lara Crash, Sean Interview, Paul O'Keefe and Carl Dugan Defend Canton Murderers. Episode 596 is not called Call to Colin Albert. It's called Amiri King Wants to Fight Turtleboy. Canton updates, Anti-Bev Cannoni's out of control. Episode 596 is not called, episode 616 is not called Trying to Destroy Colin Albert's Life. It is actually called Karen Reed Case. Commonwealth tells more lies about John O'Keefe's GPS data. I mean, really? Is this what we're doing here? I feel like this lip stain is kind of wearing off and it needs a little gloss. Hang on. Likewise, episode 623 is not called Colin Albert. It is called Karen Reed Case, breaking down the fraudulent charging documents on Turtleboy. Episode 590 is not called Call to Julie Albert. It's called More Michael Proctor Lies and Making Calls. Episode 598 is not called Life as Normal is Over. It's called Breaking Karen Reed Defense Motion. Karen Reed Defense files motion to recuse Judge Cannoni and oppose gag order. Impromptu Live on 8/7/23 was not called Alberts Should Be Afraid. It is called Impromptu Live. Karen Reed's parents go on Boston 25 News and new bombshell information. I mean, do you guys understand the problem with this? Do I really need to explain it? I will explain it. But isn't it a little bit prejudicial, even if you hate Aidan Kearney, for a district attorney, a special prosecutor, and Tully, a guy with Tully, he's pretty high up in the chain, to rename the episodes to some things that make him look like he's trying to intimidate these people, to tell the grand jury several times that they're in a folder called intent, as if, it is absolutely prejudicial. Right. Thank you for getting it, Julia. Thank you. Because I feel like sometimes I get repetitive, but it's just because I've never seen anything like this. I've just never seen anything like this. I just haven't. Again, not my last trip to Canton is really called Turtleboy Returns to Canton, door knocking, grilling public officials, cops called on me. Living Like Rats episode 615 is not called Living Like Rats. It's called Karen Reed Case. Attorney Bob Mata discusses Friday's hearing, confrontation in Canton. Episode 615, they gave it two titles, not leaving second generation out of it. So first, this is how stupid they are. First, they call it not leaving second generation out of it. And then the exact same episode they say is titled Living Like Rats. It's the same episode. 598, they also give two titles too. Life as Normal is Over and Time to Hit the Gas, when it actually is called the same thing as 598, Breaking. Karen Reed Defense files motion to recuse Cannoni and oppose gag order. Really? Episode 602 is not called Enjoying Watching Witnesses Squirm, but Pre-Vacation Show. Jill Daniels, Carl Doolittle, Taillight Mystery, Liz Proctor. I'll just trying to destroy Colin Albert's life is the GPS data. And again, it goes on for another whole page. Rolling Rally, Don't Feel Bad for O'Keefe's is really called Canton, the Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Rolling Rally. Episode 594 is not called I'm Not Effing Around. It's called Turtleboy Returns to Canton, door knocking, grilling public officials, and cops called on me. Are you outraged yet? Is there anyone? All right, I'm going to take a poll. Is there anyone in the chat and who thought initially when you heard about Turtleboy, maybe you weren't following Turtleboy, maybe you didn't ever watch his YouTube presentations. Is there anyone in the chat who heard about this and said, oh my God, the guy's totally guilty. He totally intimidated all of these witnesses? Who thought that initially? And then once we started getting into it and doing the shows and reading the papers, now thanks, holy crap, they totally set him up. He didn't do anything illegal. If you are one of those people who thought maybe he was guilty initially, and now you have changed your mind because you're learning about all the stuff that we didn't really know about that was going on behind the scenes. If you are one of those people, it's okay to be one of those people. We want to have you here. Put a 1 in the chat. If you're one of those people who thought, I did think, because I didn't really know anything about it. And people hated him. So I just thought that the narrative that they spun out there was that he went to their house. He went to their kids' soccer games. And there's a couple of people out there who now think, and that's why we're talking about it, because they only want you to hear one side of it. This is why Mark Betterow took on the assignment of being on Aidan Kearney's team. Do you think he needed all of the extra agita in his life that he's getting from these Twitter trolls and these Twidiots and these people coming for him all the time and talking about he's not a good lawyer? Do you think he needed this in his life? No, he didn't need this in his life, but he fights for justice. So there's a couple of people here who are like, yeah, I kind of did. Because like I did. When I first heard about the Karen Reed case, first I ever heard of it was a blurb on the news that said, police have ring camera footage of a woman backing into her police officer boyfriend and leaving him to die in the snow. Police have ring footage camera of the incident. News at 11. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. This poor girl backed into her boyfriend in the snow and he was found dead the next morning on somebody's lawn. That's crazy. That's what I heard. I'm like, oh, slam dunk, hit and run. They got video, so it must be, right? And then I started digging into it. And sometimes that's what it takes. So I'm glad if some of you out there took this content seriously and really wanted to dig into it to find out that he's being totally set up here. Why? Why are they going to such great lengths to protect the Alberts and the McCabe's? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Could it be because somebody's got a lot of dirt on somebody else? Could it be somebody's got a lot of dirt on a lot of people? I mean, I don't know. Why did Michael Marcy get on camera and make that crazy hostage video in August of 2023? Because people were pressuring him to do it. We don't know who, because we can't read behind their redactions, but we can guess. And what did they have on him that made him say how high when they told him to jump? I don't know. I don't know. But there's the twisted family roots of Canton are so deep and twisted, as is the Massachusetts corruption is at very high levels. Listen, I'm not just saying that because I know because I've been told about it for decades from friends and family who happen to live in Norfolk County. I've been hearing about this since the 90s, okay? And that's why I also became interested in it, because I was like, oh, this is Norfolk County? Oh. Those of you who live in Massachusetts know that this has been going on for decades. This is not the first time, but isn't it going to be so ironic that the guy that they tried to shut up the hardest and most publicly is going to be the guy who's going to blow the whole lid off the whole thing, in my opinion? Right? I said it's only the beginning. That's right. The grave concerns? I mean, what are we doing here? Shooter UK says, nobody is now surprised by Mr. Melo, that Mr. Melo is AWOL, eh? Right. We thought he had health concerns. Nobody's surprised now. I'm behind. The MSP logo looks like a pizza slice. Like, it kind of does, doesn't it? Thank you for tuning in all the way from Norway to see the corruption. Thank you, long time. I am not 23. Sherilyn says you rock. Sherilyn, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They're blocking people. I'm really sorry that happened to you, because I know you love me and you're a very generous supporter of the channel, and you are absolutely not a troll. Lola the Good Dog says they are cheaters. Anyone who's not a cheater can see that. So the real question is, who else in the Commonwealth is on the side of those who lie, hide, mislead, and defame, aka the cheaters? Hello? Well, is that a rhetorical question? Kinda, right?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Hello. Hello. I mean, one more time. This will never not make me laugh. It will never not make me laugh.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Cardi B was the palate cleanser that we didn't know that we needed, right? Thank you, Lola the Good Dog, for your 10. And thank you, Lynn, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Jen says, I keep getting unsubscribed. Yeah, make sure you're still subscribed. Subscribe button is free. Make sure you still have all your notifications set to all, because like I don't have a schedule. A lot of YouTubers have a schedule when they go live, like Aidan, Emily Baker. I don't have a schedule. I go live when I got stuff to say. Sometimes I just want to get in front of a mic and yell. And so I try and schedule them ahead of time. But if you don't have your notifications set to all, you're not going to get them. And the Goodmans are here. And Mrs. G sent the address in a previous drawing. That's so funny. I know. I was like, only send your address if you actually win. And then a whole bunch of people sent me their address. And that was so funny. I have the papers. If you're just tuning in and you want to win a hoodie, just write Dave in the chat, because we're still collecting. We're still collecting entries. And we're up to 985. The above chart and Mr. Melo's conduct on December 20th, 2023, immediately before he sought Mr. Kearney's indictment, best demonstrates how he repeatedly impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceeding and prejudiced Mr. Kearney by misleading the grand jury about the evidence of Mr. Kearney's intent. Prior to December 20th, 2023, Mr. Melo already had spent an extraordinary amount of time and effort introducing inflammatory and irrelevant evidence and instructions related to an uncharged bad act. Prior to December 20th, 2023, Tully already had falsely and improperly testified about the location, names, length, and content of at least 17 edits from Mr. Kearney's episodes. Prior to December 20th, 2023, Mr. Melo already had bolstered his improper presentation of evidence by eliciting Tully's affirmative statement that these incidents, videos previously played, were all attempts to intimidate these witnesses. He said that. He said that to the grand jury. He got Tully to say, Melo got Tully to say that. These incidents were all attempts to intimidate these witnesses. So twisted and corrupt, says Babs. And that's in the transcript. On December 20, 2023, Mr. Melo bolstered his previous misconduct with his unsworn opinion and D.L. Tully's sworn opinion by eliciting Tully's agreement with him. Would you agree with me, Detective Lieutenant Tully, that these exhibits depicted Aidan Kearney making some comments about his intentions with respect to his activities? I'm sure that was the question. And I'm sure that Tully said, yes, I would agree with you that Aidan Kearney intended to intimidate the witnesses. And then Melo tells Tully to play the videos, which he just told the grand jury he believed proved intent. Tully proceeded to play a series of videos, which he again improperly testified came from the intent folder. As they did 17 times previously over the past 3 sessions, Melo and Tully intentionally misrepresented the names of Kearney's episodes to make them sound consistent with what they told the grand jury was Mr. Kearney's criminal intent. I think you get it. They were cherry-picked. And Tully, Tully, who's on the stand, swore that all of these episodes from Kearney's intent folder that Tully renamed them. Kearney didn't, but he falsely got the grand jury to believe that Kearney had named them that. And so again, as if it wasn't bad enough, then they kept doing it, and they kept doing it, and they kept doing it. And I'll just scroll through here so that you can see what they did and which episodes they pulled up. No members of the O'Keefe family testified before the grand jury. Mr. Melo didn't seek Mr. Kearney's indictment for the witness intimidation of any members of Mr. O'Keefe's family, Tully testified that the final video played in the grand jury presentation, which was 58 seconds in length, came from the intent folder and was entitled Rolling Rally. Don't feel bad for the O'Keefes. Tully explained that the final video's name referred to the parents and family of John O'Keefe. Oh, well, isn't that like their grand finale? So the encore. So for the encore, they say, here's the final folder. Here's the final video. It's called Rolling Rally. Don't feel bad for the O'Keefes. The length of the actual video was over 2 hours, as you must know. The actual title was Canton, the Justice for Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Rolling Rally. But obviously, the grand jury was misled. The small clip of the misnamed video was irrelevant to the charges because it wasn't offered in support of allegations that he had intimidated anyone from Mr. O'Keefe's family. I mean, all right, Dakota Girl, don't put anything in there more. Don't put it in more than once, because if you put it in more than once, you might be disqualified. And then again, Tully's talking about intent. And he says to the grand jury, now, to prove intent, the Commonwealth has to prove the purpose or objective of any behavior of the defendant, which would be Mr. Kearney. Obviously, it's impossible to look directly into his mind. But we believe that evidence has been presented to you that would allow you to make that determination. That is so improper. It's so improper. And he kept doing it, and he kept doing it, and he kept doing it. Throughout the grand jury proceeding, Melo engaged in other improper conduct, footnote 20, that combined with the above cited examples had the cumulative impact of impairing the integrity of the grand jury proceeding, including allowing grand jurors with a strong opinion about Mr. Kearney to decide for themselves whether they felt comfortable and telling them they were welcome to stay. What? Hold on, let's go to footnote 20. Ms. McCabe testified that she received threatening Facebook messages from Mr. Kearney and others. She said that she provided them to the Commonwealth. She described the messages which physically threatened her and others, which included pictures of her daughter. None of these messages were presented to the grand jury, and to this day, they haven't been disclosed to the defense. Oh, really? Oh, so Jennifer McCabe testified in front of the grand jury to indict that she received all of these messages that were threatening her, and they've never been produced, and they weren't produced. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's sarcastic. So any of the grand jurors that had a strong opinion about Mr. Kearney could decide for themselves whether they felt comfortable in telling them they were welcome to stay instead of instructing them to recuse themselves from this matter. That's in a transcript. He also informed the grand jury of sentencing possibilities for charged and uncharged crimes. He repeatedly asked witnesses their opinion on Mr. Kearney's intent and what other witnesses knew or believed. He referred to Mr. Kearney's followers as his minions. Oh, his minions. That's not prejudicial at all. That doesn't show your opinion of what you think of Mr. Kearney's followers, Mr. Melo. And he expressed confidence that the grand jury will find a witness to be the victim and find a witness to be the victim of intimidation. I mean, look at this. Footnote 21. A grand juror indicated that she or he knew Ms. Nagel. Mr. Melo, who already had improperly opined that Ms. Nagel was a witness, he improperly opined that Juliana Nagel was a victim of intimidation, tried to excuse the grand juror for Ms. Nagel's testimony only. Remarkably, the grand juror had to instruct Mr. Melo that it was not appropriate for him or her to vote on any counts and that he or she needed to be excused. Wow. Could you make it up? Could you make it up? You can't. What page are we on? 72 out of 88. I don't know. Do you think we can do it? All right, hang on, because I got to check something. I got a bat signal to the bat phone. So hold on 1 second. I just got to look something up. Hang on. Hold on, please. Hold, please. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. If you have not already put the word Dave in the chat, putting the word Dave in the chat will entitle you to be in the drawing for a free hoodie. Hold on. And we're back. All right, let's do all right, let's see. The defense's specific demands for evidence. So we know about all those because we've read all the Betterow letters. And we know the defense demanded February 2024, everything and all the things that they're supposed to provide. And they're all attached here. March 19th, again, more Betterow letters. April 23rd, automatic discovery. The court said, turn it over pursuant to Rule 14. And then Melo didn't comply with the May 8th deadline. And then Betterow points out in footnote 22, Mr. Melo's failure. Let me get to the proper page over here. Look, we're already on page 72. We're doing great. We're doing great. We're going to finish this today. I have a feeling. I have a good feeling about it. Mr. Melo's failure to comply with the court-ordered deadline wasn't the first time he has neglected important legal matters. He has been disciplined for neglecting at least 3 matters. And there's a hyperlink to a 2-page public reprimand of Ken Melo, which I'll leave on my screen because we can read that after. In 2016, he was publicly reprimanded for performing very little work of substance and a failure to communicate with his client. He was further reprimanded in a second matter due to his professional incompetence and failing to file paperwork he was legally required to do in connection with his criminal client's appeal. In 2006, he was admonished for similar misconduct for failing to prosecute a client's case resulting in its dismissal and for failing to communicate with his client. D.A. Morrissey must have known or should have known about Mr. Melo's documented failures to comply with his professional obligations before he engaged him to prosecute Mr. Kearney at substantial taxpayer expense. And again, linking to the bill for $71,200, which was paid within 1 week by Lynn Beelander. She rubber stamped it, okay to pay. Let me explain to you how complaints against lawyers work. If a client makes a complaint against a lawyer, I'm going to explain to you the New York procedure, and I'm going to maybe assume it's similar in Massachusetts. You have to have standing, first of all, to complain about a lawyer, to make an ethical complaint. It has to be your lawyer or someone you're involved in the case in some way. You can't just go filing complaints against lawyers on cases that you're watching. That's not how it works. The Bar Association here in New York will take that seriously. You'll have to come in and defend yourself. They will show you the papers and the complaint. You have to defend yourself on paper. Then you usually go for a hearing. It's a whole procedure. It's a disciplinary matter in front of the Bar Association. They can do 3 things, okay? They can disbar you, saying you can never practice law again. That's it. What you did was so egregious that you're just done. We can suspend you from the practice of law for a certain period of time, after which I think you have to reapply to come back and be admitted to the bar again, or we will publicly censure you, which means we will publicly spank you and we will publish the decision so that everyone will know about it. What happened to Melo, it looks like from what I'm looking at, is a public reprimand. So it's like a public spanking. But again, it's public. And there's no way Marcy didn't know about it. Why is he hiring Cosgrove? So much wrong with this. On information and belief, around the time of the court issued the discovery deadline, Cosgrove just joined the prosecution team. Maybe that's why he played sick. Maybe he called in sick to school because he's got school phobia or court phobia, and he knew this was going to come out. On May 8th, Cosgrove, to his credit, acknowledged that Mr. Melo impeded progress on discovery. He provided some discovery to the defense, although none of it related to Ms. Peters' interactions with Melo and Tully. On July 10th, Cosgrove stated that the Commonwealth would provide all evidence under Rule 14 and recognized its obligation to provide exculpatory evidence. Oh, my email's in the show notes. I don't really give it out, but when people email me, I do read them. I can't always respond to them, and I've had a lot of crazy requests that I cannot do. Cannot pick up your child, your 5-year-old in California, and fly him to South America to meet you, even if you promise me 10 acres of land. And I can't forward things on to other YouTubers and stuff like that. I'm not your secretary. That's the joke. I'm not being mean. I've gotten some really weird requests. And then, beginning in the fall of 2024, defense made a series of requests. We know because we've been here. We've been here through all the discovery demands. They haven't done it until July 2025. Until July of 2025, the Commonwealth didn't disclose any evidence responsive to the defense's demands for evidence related to Ms. Peters' relationship with the Commonwealth, including her involvement with the investigations against Mr. Kearney. Although the Commonwealth has provided some materials related to Ms. Peter, their production to date has been woefully inadequate. The Commonwealth has represented that certain evidence provided by Ms. Peter to Mr. Melo and Tully in 2023 is no longer in their possession, custody, and control, and has since been deleted on information and belief by Ms. Peter. Okay, well, here's the thing. If that is true, because, Tully didn't like to click on hyperlinks and he would look it up himself, and all of this evidence no longer exists, and that's what you used in front of the grand jury to indict Aidan Kearney, the case must be dismissed, in my opinion. In my opinion. Doesn't get much worse than that. Or does it? Although the undisclosed evidence indisputably was in their possession, custody, and control, the Commonwealth regrettably has taken the position that they are not obligated to disclose this evidence because it is no longer in its possession, custody, or control. The court should soundly reject this weak justification for the Commonwealth's failure to preserve and provide exculpatory evidence and or discoverable evidence to the defense. Commonwealth v. Woodward. On September 12th, 2024, I sent a specific demand to Cosgrove and Melo in which the defense sought all of these things. And we know because we read it all the letters, all the Better letters. We have a show on each one. We did a separate show. The playlist is linked in the show notes below. We requested all these things. They haven't given it to us. Mr. Melo's direct involvement in this scheme was so great that it resulted in the court disqualifying him from the prosecution of the 2024 indictments in which Ms. Gattani is the alleged victim. We read that decision together. He got DQ'd. Melo got DQ'd. That decision just came out recently because I remember just reading it. Footnote 23. says Ms. Gattani. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the fun part. Ms. Gattani has since filed lawsuits against Mr. Cosgrove and DL Tully for what she alleges are their improper actions in the 2024 indictments, including intentionally causing her emotional harm. She also sent a demand letter to the DA Marcy in which she strongly implied her intent to sue the DA for at least $50,000 unless she is financially compensated soon. In addition to further sabotaging her own credibility, Ms. Gattani's virtually unprecedented scorched earth blame everyone legal maneuvers have created an irreconcilable conflict that requires Mr. Cosgrove's and DL Tully's immediate disqualification from the 2024 indictments and possibly the 2023 indictments. I'm taking a quick look at that hyperlink to the letter that she sent to Marcy because I haven't seen it. So she sent a presentment of claim letter under MGL 258.4, which may be similar in nature to a notice of claim that must be filed in New York whenever you're suing a municipality or a public official. You have to file a notice of claim within 90 days. That may be what this is. It's a prerequisite to any lawsuit. So I don't know if she's actually filed lawsuits. I think she purported to file counterclaims, unless there are lawsuits out there that I haven't seen. Well, it's answers and counterclaims that we've been over. That was in the 91 pager, where she counterclaims against people who are not parties. It's procedurally wrong, in my opinion, but who knows? Massachusetts with their wacky rules. I informed the DA an extraction report from Ms. Gattani's cell phone provided to the defense appeared to have scrubbed communications from Ms. Peter, Melo, and Tully after Ms. Gattani and Ms. Peter discussed something that is redacted, like, I don't know, setting up Aidan Kearney. I'm not sure. The Commonwealth didn't respond to this specific demand for evidence. Then again, October 8th, that was another Betterow letter, and he asked for more. And that's why he sent those Betterow letters, so that he, in a motion like this, could say, I asked for it, they didn't give it to us, and now we've got it. And now you need to dismiss the indictments. October 17th, another letter. December 16th, Melo finally forwarded some communications between himself and Ms. Peter to Cosgrove. Cosgrove didn't supply this evidence to the defense until July 7th, 25, almost 7 months after he received it. So he's going to go on to explain why all of this is untimely, which is just another reason why these indictments should be dismissed. And then detailing in detail every single time he asked for this stuff, all about Kate Peter and her involvement. And just Cosgrove kept ignoring it and ignoring it. Including evidence of interactions and communications between and among Peter and the Kearney and Reed prosecution teams, which included Melo, Tully, Buchanan, Mr. Proctor, and Fanning. I informed Cosgrove it had been more than 5 months. He's still not giving me anything. On July 7th, Commonwealth disclosed some evidence related to Ms. Peter, including the messages forwarded by Mr. Melo to Mr. Cosgrove on December 16th of 2024. Few emails Ms. Peter sent Tully without his responses. Commonwealth represented that they turned over 4,727 pages of Tully's emails when in fact, more than 4,000 of those pages were blank. And you remember because you were here. On July 10th, on July 12th, I wrote Mr. Cosgrove again. Since then, they provided a little bit of stuff, but not everything. More blank emails. On August 13th, Cosgrove represented to the court that Tully has a practice of not clicking on the unsolicited links. And that was the hearing that we watched yesterday. Same place in the hearing that is hyperlinked here. And all of the things that he said that we listened to yesterday, where he said, these links were never accessed in effect by the Commonwealth. If the links are now dead, we've never seen them. The links are presumably dead because whoever sent them took them off the internet. If Tully had clicked on the link, it would have taken him somewhere. Probably would, but it didn't. But he didn't. There's strong reason to doubt the truthfulness of Tully's claim to Cosgrove in all of these exhibits that we've already looked at. And so he's tying it all together very nicely in a Tiffany box with a beautiful white satin bow. Private links. And all these private links. Even if Tully didn't personally review any links sent to him by Ms. Peter, Mr. Cosgrove's representation that the Commonwealth, in effect, never accessed the links provided to them by Peter ignores the indisputable proof that Mr. Melo accessed the materials Ms. Peter provided him. So even if Tully didn't, Melo did. Therefore, that makes him a material defense witness. And so you need to disqualify him because you already disqualified him from one of the prosecutions. You need to disqualify him from this too, because on November 5th of 2023, we listened to this call yesterday. Melo called the police about the Canton 9 on behalf of Chris Albert, making himself a witness because Chris Albert was already a named witness against Mr. Kearney. That was after his arrest. He's done. And is called to the police. He initially identified himself as a prosecutor with the Norfolk DA's office. I have timestamped everything in yesterday's video to you, so you can go right to that call. You can go right to that call from yesterday and listen to it again. Yep, we know all this. Yep, and we do all this. And he made several calls. And he kept saying, I'm the prosecutor against Kearney. He tells the sergeant to look at this section 268.13a. I think we can charge him on that. Melo urged the Canton police to either charge or disperse them because they met with every single requirement of the statute. It's insane. And so therefore, he must be disqualified pursuant to Rule 3.7, which mandates that a lawyer shall not act as an advocate at trial in which the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness. That's it. It's in the Code of Professional Responsibility. So every lawyer is bound by the rules of professional conduct of the state in which they are admitted to practice law. A lot of people don't know that in addition to taking the bar exam in the state that you wish to be admitted in, you also have to take a separate test. It is given on a totally different day. It's the ethics test. You need to know backwards and forwards the Code of Professional Responsibility. And if you don't pass that test, even if you pass the bar, you will not be admitted to the bar in that state until you pass that test. And it's a tricky test. I remember taking that test. It was tricky. You thought it was going to be really easy because ethics should be obvious, right? Not so easy. It was tricky. And Rule 3.7, under the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Responsibility, a lawyer shall not act as exactly what it says. And it's similar in most states, but it can differ from state to state. So you learned something today. Did you know that? Did you know that lawyers have to take an ethics test in addition to the bar exam? And then here, we need an evidentiary hearing because we have provided substantial evidence of at least the fact that we need an evidentiary hearing because there are substantial material questions of fact that the court must resolve before determining the defense motions. With respect to the motion to dismiss the indictments due to the prosecution's impairment of the integrity of the grand jury, the defense at a minimum has raised material of questions of fact regarding, okay, this will be like the most important part. Why the Commonwealth presented the grand jury with uncharged evidence related to the wiretapping of Mr. Scandlin and whether they did so for the purpose of seeking an indictment on the charged offenses. So Melo can answer those questions. Whether Tully or someone else created and or provided the evidence used before the grand jury, Tully needs to be called into the evidentiary hearing. Why he created or edited videos, why he created the intent folder, why he changed the name of Kearney's episodes, and whether Mr. Melo was aware of any of this. They both need to be questioned under oath. Unless you're going to dismiss the charges, Your Honor. And whether they discussed it in advance of the grand jury presentation, why Mr. Melo didn't enter Mr. Kearney's complete episodes into evidence, why, if Mr. Melo knew the actual names, length, and content of Kearney's episodes, did Melo elicit testimony from Tully in the manner that he did? I mean, it was like incarcerate Turtleboy no matter what. What evidence did Ms. Peter provide to the Commonwealth? Yeah, call her in too. To whom did she provide it? Who reviewed it? And did anyone vet its authenticity for reliability? And if so, when? Did Mr. Melo, Tully, or any other agents of the Commonwealth? Wait, no. What is the complete substance and nature of communications between Tully, Melo, and Peter regarding Tully's claim that he didn't review any links that she sent him? This needs to be an evidentiary hearing because we want to see it. Did Melo? I mean, I hope for Turtleboy that Aidan that his charges just get dismissed. But we've seen this film before, and we didn't like the ending. But we did see an evidentiary hearing that we really, really, really did like. It was in the Brian Walsh case in front of Judge Frenier, and Fanning and Buchanan all had to testify in the Walsh case. And it was wild. I mean, Buchanan's testimony was so different than it was in anything that he ever testified in front of Judge Cannoni about. It was wild. Did Melo, Tully, and any other agents of the Commonwealth preserve, disclose, or delete evidence provided by Kate Peter? And did Kate Peter delete or destroy evidence? And whether any or all of the answers to the above material facts establishes that the Commonwealth misled the grand jury by intentionally or recklessly presenting false or misleading evidence, or in any other manner that impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceeding for the purpose of securing Mr. Kearney's indictment. I think they proved it on the papers, but at the very least, if the judge doesn't think they proved it on the papers, call all these people in, make them stand up and swear to tell the truth, and let Betterow and Bradel question them, and that'll be a fun day. Because the judge can also ask questions of the witnesses. If you're not convinced on the papers, Judge, and all the hyperlinks that we provided you, call them all in. Disqualify Melo first, because clearly he's a witness here, and then call them all in and get to the bottom of it yourself if you don't want to believe our papers. And then, with respect to the motion to dismiss the indictments for the prosecution's failure to provide exculpatory and or discoverable evidence, the defense, at a minimum, has raised material questions of fact regarding what efforts, if any, the Commonwealth made to promptly respond to the demands. Why did it take years for the Commonwealth to disclose exculpatory evidence and automatic discovery? An inventory of all evidence Ms. Peter provided to the Commonwealth, including to whom she sent it, what evidence was preserved, disclosed, lost, or deleted. We want an inventory. We want an inventory. Whether evidence provided by Ms. Peter was edited or tampered by her or anyone else. Whether any deletions, non-disclosure, and or untimely disclosure of evidence was intentional. Was it intentional? Lynn Downing says, for my own selfish entertainment, I want a hearing. I know, me too. If you're just tuning in, you can put the word Dave in the chat to be entered in the hoodie giveaway that we're going to do at the end of the stream, which currently we have 1,170 entries, so you got a pretty good chance of winning. Anybody watch the Charlie Sheen documentary? Were there any deletions, non-disclosures, and why were communications between and among Melo, Tully, and Peter from September 23 through early 24 disclosed by Melo months after defense-specific demands, and why did Mr. Cosgrove fail to disclose them for another 7 months? Ooh, that could make Cosgrove a witness too. Why has the Commonwealth failed to disclose alleged written communications that Ms. McCabe has sworn she provided to the Commonwealth? I mean, you just can't make this up. With respect to the defense's motion to disqualify Melo, The defense, at a minimum, has raised material questions of fact regarding Melo's knowledge of Peter's dubious credibility, including her bias against Kearney, her motive to falsely accuse him, and her history of forging evidence against Mr. Kearney, Melo's communications with Peter regarding her input and production of evidence, regarding her input and production, including his knowledge of whether Tully reviewed evidence provided by Ms. Peter. Oh yeah, he needs to be asked all of this under oath. Mr. Melo's knowledge about he and Tully prepped for the grand jury, whether they discussed how Tully was going to describe Mr. Kearney's episodes, and whether Melo and Tully intentionally misled the grand jury. And Mr. Melo's knowledge of whether Tully, Ms. Peter, or anyone else edited clips and changed the names of Kearney's episodes prior to the grand jury presentation. Wherefore, as alleged herein and detailed in the accompanying memorandum of law, the defense requests dismissal of the indictments and the disqualification of Mr. Melo, or in the alternative, an evidentiary hearing on the motion and any other proper relief deemed just and proper by the court. XOXO, Mock A. Betterow, New York, New York, September 17th, 2025. We did it. We did it, you guys. We did it. We did it. We got through the whole entire, it only took 3 episodes, but we did it. And wasn't it worth it? Wasn't it worth savoring this piece of legal masterpiece writing into 3 episodes? Heisenberg says they've all got to be crapping in their pants right now, each and every one of them. Everyone say it together. XOXO. Wasn't it worth it? It was. 1,217 entries, 1,218 entries in the hoodie giveaway that we're going to do when we're done here. Was it fun? I didn't, Ice Latte Addict. I didn't put it in there yet because I just like literally got it overnighted to me. It's called Wonderskin. I will put it on the list. Keep forgetting to put other things on the list. XOXO. I mean, I should do a whole list of like things that your kid is going to need for their college dorm, things your kid is going to need for their college apartment. I have like handy like kitchen items that I can't live without, because if anybody's kids eat a lot of ramen, my kids eat a lot of ramen, they eat a lot of noodles, and then they go and they just dump the bowl in the sink, and you always get noodles in there. And like I got rid of my garbage disposal a long time ago because it's just not good. And there's this cool strainer that you can put over your sink that has like holes in the bottom, and it like adjusts to your seat, to your sink. And then the kids dump their ramen noodles, their ramen bowls into the strainer, and it strains all the ramen noodles out of your drain. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Monique became a member. Casey I love you with all of my heart. And Claire became a new member. Welcome. Justice by Wetero says, I don't believe this to be true, but my prediction is qualified immunity for Melo in the eventual lawsuit due to honest mistake, because it was his first time running a grand jury. I mean, that's possible. I mean, you mean for any civil claim that, right, and any civil claim that Aidan could make against Melo. Would he make it against Melo? I don't know. Would he make it against the Norfolk DA's office, against Marcy? That could be a successful one. But yes, I think that you could be right about that. But again, is it going to prevent, it won't, his ignorance of the law is no excuse when it comes to dismissing the indictments against Aidan Kearney. No excuse. Norman said, thanks for your 10. Norman says, do you think it's time for the rules to change to allow the defendant to have an attorney present when the state is searching for an indictment to stop this behavior? Listen, most prosecutors are honest and they do it the right way. They do it the right way. And we've learned that there are only 2 states that do not ever have a grand jury. I think those are Connecticut and Pennsylvania. The remaining 48 states can choose preliminary hearing or a grand jury. New York almost always indicts felonies through grand jury. I don't know that I've ever seen a preliminary hearing on a felony in New York. If anyone has, let me know. And so the grand jury process that was invented in hundreds of years ago has always been that way. And I don't know that it would help, because most prosecutors do it right. They do. This is not common. This does not happen a lot, you guys. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Carbon Offset, how does the judge answer this? A hearing? Well, he could do one of 2 things. He could dismiss it on the papers. He could issue a written decision. First, we got to wait for Cosgrove's response to this. God knows how long that's going to take. But at the hearing on Wednesday that we will cover live, Aidan's hearing, they'll discuss how long Cosgrove is going to need to respond to this legal masterpiece. So he's going to have to respond to it. And then the judge could either just issue a written decision, granting everything, denying in part and granting in part, or call for a hearing and then decide after the hearing. But all decisions are usually in writing. The only judge that I've ever seen scribble denied on a motion is Judge Cannoni. Maybe there's other judges in Massachusetts, but Doolin doesn't. He issues written decisions. So there's that. Thank you, Carbon Offset, for your 10. Life of Deshai says, can Tully be arrested for this? Got to see how deep it goes. Got to see how deep it goes, Life of Deshai. Could be. Fabricating evidence. He could be. There could be lots of things that could happen. Depending on the evidence, how it shakes itself out. Does he have a pattern? We got to see. We got to see. I have questions about forging a grand jury subpoena and serving it on Lindsay Gattani. I have questions about that. Emily doesn't want it to be over. Okay, don't worry. We can still talk about stuff. We can still hang out for a little while. I have a little bit of time. Dawn became a member. Welcome. Charlie Lynn gifted 5. Thank you, Charlie Lynn. Stace Cake says, thanks, Mel, for keeping us informed with your great expertise from New York. I feel like a family member. Oh, you are a family. You're all my family. All of you cupcakes are my family. Southern Mom says, thank you for taking us through the Better O'Bradle masterpiece. I looked at your beautiful pictures on IMDb. You could totally take over the Beth Dutton role on Yellowstone pretty late. I would love to. Working with Kevin Costner? Come on. My first live streams ever were about Kevin Costner. And so, I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? I mean, who doesn't love Kevin Costner? And if you don't love Kevin Costner, don't tell me because I'll just kick you right off. All right, let's do the next giveaway. Let's do the next giveaway. Kyle, I haven't watched that yet. And so while I have been notified of that, I don't want to play it because I don't know what is on it. Hang on. All right, so let's go to the giveaway. Just so you know, here's what we're giving away. It is the I Went to Cancun with Attorney Melanie Little oversized hooded sweatshirt. And it comes in this color, stone blue, and it comes in sand, and it comes in black. And I've got 2 of them. I've got the blue and the sand. They're really nice colors. It's really good quality. It's really soft. It's really cozy. I think this is men's sizing, so size down. And I'm going to give it away right now because I'm a giver. All right. There's 1,239 of you that have been entered, that have decided to enter by just writing the name Dave in the chat. That's all you got to do. Because Dave Matthews' neighbor is a member here, and he says he really is Dave Matthews' neighbor. And he says that he's been with Dave, and Dave knows who I am because he's been watching my show. And I want Dave Matthews' neighbor to get me a meet and greet, or at least tell Dave that I'm going to be in Cancun this year again for like the 5th time, and that he should totally want to meet me. Thank you, Krista, for becoming a member. Mama She says, Lambetero masterpiece, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. All right. So now I'm going to do the drawing for the hoodie, for the oversized hoodie. It's awesome. You know you want it. XOXO. And even if you do want it and you don't win it, you could still buy it because I pinned the link in the chat. Everything's 20% off for like the next 2 days. Okay. On your mark, get set, go. Do 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 do. Winner, chicken dinner. Carrie's misunderstood question. Carrie's misunderstood question is the winner of the oversized hoodie. Carrie's misunderstood question. Please email me. Email me your address and tell me what size and color of that specific hoodie that you would like. Remember, you must send me your address so that I can send it to you. Carrie's misunderstood question. It doesn't say your whole entire name, but I think maybe that's your whole entire name. And put in your subject line winner. So I'll know because I get 1,000 emails a day. Congratulations to Carrie's misunderstood question. That is amazing. An amazing username. It is amazing. It's a good one. Lindsay Gattani has just posted a video on Twitter that a couple of you have brought to my attention. It's 13 minutes long. And I don't want to play it because I don't know what it says. how appropriate it is. I don't know what it says, so I don't want to do it. But if you do choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, you can go watch it yourself. What I would also like to do, Elizabeth, thank you very much for your Venmo. Oh, she says, do you think that the O'Keefes would have a better chance of suing the McAlberts? Yes, I do. Everything points to them, and it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt anymore, right? I do, Elizabeth, and I have opined several times that as a civil litigator, this is what I do. Alan Jackson's going to, yeah, I'm not going to play it. I don't need the bad energy. Look, I've already got Sage here just in case. Don't go anywhere because I'm going to do another drawing for those of you who already entered because, we can only have 3 winners today. We need to have 4 winners today. There's not enough Sage in the world to get the bad juju out of that. Her Twitter, I think, is under her name, Lindsay Gattani. So I said that if I were Alan Jackson, he's coming in, the first thing I would do is file third-party complaints against all of the McCabe's and Alberts and anyone that I thought was responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, which is the way that Lindsay should have done it. Instead of just filing counterclaims against people that are not defendants, is to file a third-party complaint against the people that you find to be responsible. And that's like saying, Karen will be saying, you're suing me for the death of John O'Keefe. It's not me. I didn't do it. They did it. And then she sues them as third-party defendants, and then they all have to come into the lawsuit and defend themselves. And the thing is, they need to hire attorneys to defend them because there is no insurance company in the world that would defend them for an intentional murder or a cover-up of a murder. And then they all get to be deposed. And that's what they should do, in my opinion. I hope they do it because those depositions would be fire. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. You know I'm right. I'm not always right, but when I am, I like to say, I told you so. Well, thank you, Clarissa says, sent a cash app, and she said, for Dave. Thank you. And Kelly coming in with another 20 says, Kate Peter talks so fast because her lies are so bad that even her mouth is trying to outrun them. Right? I mean, it's insanity. We're going to do one more. Marjorie, thank you for your Venmo. Says, absolutely love that you're live on a Saturday. I do go live on a Saturday. Unless we're doing a live trial coverage Monday to Friday, then I don't sometimes do it on Saturday because I need a break. But I think there was one day this week that I did not stream. So I'm here for you on a Saturday. And Nikki says, thanks for the mega stream on the Mega Motion through Venmo. That's awesome. Venmo is a great way to donate because YouTube takes 30% of super chats. I'll still read your question. If you don't want me to read your question, this is like Dumois. You got to say Anon, please, before you ask your question. Anon, please. Anybody know Dumois? There was a blind item in Dumois recently that I found interesting. You guys sent me a lot of merch ideas. Thank you for that. Like I say, I do read all of the emails. I just can't respond to them all because there's hundreds in here and I just can't. I wouldn't be doing anything else except responding to emails all day. So let's do one more. Let's do one more. Should we do it for another hoodie or should we do it for a different item like an apron? What do you want to do it for? Dave picked me. That's a good one. You tell me. All right, you know what? You know what we're going to do? This one, whoever wins this one, it's dealer's choice. The lipstick is good. It's not drying out my lips. This is going to be winner's choice, okay? Let's just go back here for a second. There's lots of things and stuff for you to choose from, okay? Lots of things and stuff. And like I said, I'm going to be clearing out the free Karen Reed merch because all the proceeds, all the proceeds on that went to feed the team during the trial. You guys didn't even know it, but you did. There's a cool apron. Yeah, I went to Cancun with it. And there's pillow covers. This is what we're going to do. This was our merch idea. We're going to use this t-shirt like the old fashioned concert t-shirt. How awesome is this? And we're going to do like a concert tee. And on the back, it's going to have like the trial and like for all the tour dates, it's going to have this one on the back. Oh, this is the front of that one. This one on the back says Free Karen Reed. So on the back, so like remember the old fashioned concert t-shirts? They were so fun. And like the black one, everyone had this Leonard Skinner or Jack Daniels one. On the back, it's going to, instead of tour dates, it's going to have like quotes, our favorite quotes, like from the trial, or maybe our playlist or something like that. I haven't really workshopped it yet, but I want to thank the viewer that gave me that idea. And I wrote it down. I think he sent me an email too, so that's pretty awesome. And I think that's going to be the next merch idea that we're going to do. So you, whoever wins this here, is going to be able to pick whatever they want. So you can pick those kind of t-shirts. We also have pillow covers. Look, all different colors. You can have pillows with this logo on it. Isn't that cool? And then you just buy the inserts. These are, so if you had 18-inch pillow inserts, you can buy them on you can buy them on Amazon. They're cheap, the inserts, and then you can just get the pillow covers. I'm like, only $17.99. Like, where are you going to get a deal like that? Come on. That would look great on your couch, Goodmans. I'm just saying. I don't know what color your living room is, but I will also recommend highly. All right, there's a hemp bag, the hats. I haven't ordered one of these bags. I think I need to get one of these bags to see how big it is. The canvas bag. So this is going to be winner's choice because you hung out all the way till the end of the stream, so you deserve to pick your own. Look at these tie-dye totes. These are cute. Cute. A little doggy bandana. How cute is that on your dog? I think your dog needs one of these. I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little, doggy bandana. There's a little teddy bear with a t-shirt on. All kinds of hoodies and sweatshirts and water bottles, whatever you want, we have. I'm going to look into those clear bags. I don't know if they can print on those clear bags, but that is a good idea for concerts. Mugs. This is my favorite hoodie. All right. I'm going to put this up here so you can see it. And if you go to my website and you want to just buy something today, make sure you redeem the coupon up top here in pink. It says 20% off everything. Redeem the coupon. It's only for 2 more days. This hoodie, it is by Bella and Canvas. It is the full zip hoodie. It is the softest hoodie that I have ever owned in my life. I have it in this orange color, and it's more of a burnt orange than an orange. You don't have to enter again. You already entered. I have it in the white, which I love. It runs really big, so I just recommend to size down on this. It is by Bella and Canvas. It is so soft. So soft. And you could also get it in black. A lot of people like hoodies. I mean, this is a zip up, I should say, a zip up. I like hoodies because they have the pocket in the blank. They have a pocket in the front so you can throw your phone in there or whatever. But I also love the zip ups. But these are super soft, but they also do run super big. So just beware of that. If you choose that one. Okay, let's go. We're going to give it away. We're going to share it again. Carrie's misunderstood question. Please email me with all of your info so we can get to it. All right, we're going to draw again. There were 1,330 of you entered, and here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. I love dogs 1970. I love dogs 1970. Congratulations. You are the winner of Dealer's Choice. Please email me your address and your choice with the size, item number. It helps if you send me a screenshot of the item, so because that's easier. I love dogs. 1970. 1970 was a very good year. So we had 4 winners today. Rocky Bullwinkle, Miss Sagittarius 61, Carrie's misunderstood question, and I love dogs 1970. Everyone has earned or won some I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little merch because who doesn't really want that? Who doesn't want it? You know you want it. XOXO. Gossip Girls. Gossip Girls. Schmoopy says t-shirt. Better roll letters. Thank you. All right. Just a reminder. We are coming back on Monday. We are covering the Karen Reed civil trial hearing live. You want to make sure you subscribe because I don't know what time yet. The hearing's at 2. We may come on a little bit ahead of time. There may be stuff going on outside the courthouse if anybody's going to support in Plymouth County, by the way. It's in Plymouth County, Plymouth Superior. We're covering that at 2. Wednesday is Turtleboy's hearing. That I think is also at 2 o'clock. We're going to cover that. And you know, we get Zoom links, like no matter what needs to be done. I have the Zoom link for Karen Reed's hearing on Monday, but I heard that Court TV may be in the courtroom with an actual camera. So we make a video of Alan Jackson and Liza Little being there. So I'm not sure. I think it may be televised. Regardless, we're going to be there no matter what. So I think I'm going to take off tomorrow. I'm streaming the hearing on Monday, 100%. I always do. Would I ever not? I always do. You know I do. I'm committed. I ain't got no quit. Neither do you. And today we did another whole. Thank you, Red Eye, for your cash app. That's super generous of you, and just says thank you for all you do. Pamela on Venmo, Thank you for all you do. You're amazing. Kathleen on Venmo, 3 days at the papers. She says, you guys are awesome. And I wouldn't have a channel without you. And I got my 100,000 plaque because of you guys. Because of you guys. Court TV will be there. Okay. They know where their ratings are, and they know that people only watch Court TV when they talk about Karen Reed. Right? Yeah, I got to rest my voice for Monday. I sound like I've smoked a carton of Camel no filters. If you know, you know. Oh, look. Oh, look. We have a winner. She's emailed me her stuff. She won the hoodie. So that's amazing. And all right, make sure you have do all the stuff that YouTube likes. You know what YouTube likes. You know. And look, the winner of the hoodie is, guess where she's from? Northern Ireland in the house. Sláinte, my friend Sláinte. My people are from Cork. If you know, you know. No, you don't need to pay shipping. It is on me. Love you with all of my heart. You didn't tell me your username though. My Irish friend. Are you I love dogs, or because you get your choice. The hoodie was Carrie's misunderstood question. Technical out. Thank you for your 10. Says, love y'all. Love y'all. Not as much as I love you. Not as much as I love you. And thank you for your super chat. And thank you, Meech, for gifting a membership. You're amazing. Tell me your username if you've won, your address, and what you pick. Okay? I love you with all my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die, but I'm going to see you soon. I'm going to see you Tuesday on this same bat channel for a 2:00 hearing. We may start early. I'm going to go watch Lindsay Gattani's video that she posted. You should do the same. Okay? Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I know you can do it. I know you guys can do it. And also, before we go, everyone just say a little prayer that the Colorado Buffaloes win their game tonight. Go Buffs. The game isn't starting until 8:15 p.m. Mountain, which is going to be 10:15 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to try and stay awake, but I'm a night owl, so I'm sure that I will. All right, you guys, peace out. I'll see you soon. Do all the things. Thank you, moderators, for keeping it classy today. Turtleboy is never an easy topic to cover because a lot of people are just mean. And so I don't know how many people are covering it, but we're not stopping until we free him and we free Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Aaron Spencer and whoever else we decide to free along the way. Because if anybody can do it, you guys can. Peace out, you guys. I love you all. Have a great rest of your weekend.